on YouTube now, so we're good.
You are live. Okay. Right. Good evening, everybody, members of the committee, members of the public, and anybody that could be watching. Welcome to the planning committee meeting. My name's Steve Osborne. I'm chairman of the meeting. And as you're aware, it's a Zoom meeting and it's being transmitted on live on YouTube. During the meeting, you'll hear me refer to people by their Christian names. The people I refer to by their Christian names will be officers of the council. When I'm talking to a member of the council, in other words, councillor, I shall call them councillor. A roll call will take place before we get to the first application. That's to ensure all the members are here and so that members of the public are aware which councillor is saying what. Please make sure your microphone is muted when you're not speaking, because we hear lots of sounds, dogs and wives and husbands and partners shouting in the background. You will have 3 minutes when you start speaking, speakers. When your 3 minutes is up, you won't hear a noise. The committee secretary, Marina, will jump in and say 3 minutes, Chairman. Then I shall ask you to finish speaking. Don't clap, hiss, cheer and boo. I'm sure you won't. And when we come to voting, remember, we're voting for the proposal, not necessarily for the applications. For if the proposal is to approve the application, that's what councillors will be voting for or against. So they'll be saying for or against that proposal, not necessarily for or against the application. Right, going back to the agenda then. Item 1 on the agenda is the minutes of the previous meeting. Is it your wish, when possible, to sign them as a correct record? Are you all happy with that, members? Oh, my battery's running low. Oh, that's great. Oh dear, I'm going to have a problem here. Oh no, I haven't. I've solved it. It's all right. I've got a battery running low. I haven't switched the thing on. So you're all happy that the minutes are correct? Okay, so we go on to apologies for absence, please, Marina.
None advised, Chair.
Right. Members' interests, disclosable interests.
Yeah, can I say I won't be participating in the second item, application 0750, because I'm a friend of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Party whipping arrangements.
None, Chairman.
Right, that means members of the public, we don't get together as groups, political or any other groups, decide how we're going to vote beforehand. We listen to all what's been said at the committee meeting and then making up our minds to vote. I think we've got it right. There is one application which has been delegated, and that is application 0791 in Daventry, which is a delegated approval. Otherwise, the rest are on. Now, Marina, can we go to a roll call, please, for all the members here?
Okay, Councillor Chandler.
Yes, I'm here and I can hear and see everybody.
Councillor Cribbin.
Yes to both.
Councillor Dabbs.
See and hear, thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Harris.
To both, thank you.
Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, I can hear and see, thank you.
Councillor James.
Yes to both, thank you.
Councillor Longley.
Yes to both, thank you.
Councillor Matton.
Yes to both, thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Yes to both, thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Yes, thanks.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes to both, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
All good, thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, audio and visual confirmed.
And Councillor Osborne.
Yes, definitely. Right, we start then with the first application, which is in Cretan, and the application number is 129. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. To start the PowerPoint presentation. As you can see by the first slide, this is land off Teton Road to the south of Berkeley House in Cretan. It's the demolition of the existing buildings and construction of 18 dwellings, associated access, landscaping, parking and infrastructure, including the provision of a footway along Teton Lane. You can see the site here in question. There's a Nissan hut, which you'll see in the photos in a minute. Here, this existing house is proposed to be demolished. The background to this application is, as you can see, it's a 2018 application, so it's been going on for a little while. What the applicants have done is gone through the housing needs survey route following the adoption of the Part 2 Settlement and Countryside Local Plan in conjunction with our policy team. And as a result, of that housing needs survey, they've demonstrated there's a need for 18 properties, 7 of which are going to be affordable. So this is the road towards Teton. You see by the photos as well, the ground does slope. So the ground is higher in this area and lower in this area. So what the applicants have done is try to get the smaller properties, the bungalows here, and the 1.5 stories. So there's a gradual incline towards the village. So there's less of an impact on sort of the open character. It is noted that, yes, most of the site is outside the confines of the village. However, with the housing needs survey, it's demonstrated that there is a need for residential development. The applicants have provided evidence that there are no available sites in Cretan itself within the confines. So this is a scheme which has come forward. And as a result, we note that there is harm to the character of the area and the landscape, which is in the special landscape area. However, the benefits of providing additional residential accommodation within this village outweighs the harm caused by the development. As a result, the application is approved subject to Section 106 for the affordable housing, and also to provide housing for the market housing will be used for local people. They will be marketed in first instance for 6 months, then following that on any additional sale for 13 weeks. You can see the pictures of the area. So this is the existing village shop. This is the existing pub, which currently closed. So this is the access to Teton Road. So the footpath will be going on the opposite side where my mouse is being shown now. So again, the footpath will be going down here. So as you can see, the ground level does drop away, going down towards Teton. So the site just sits here. So this is the existing house, which is due to be demolished to create a new 2-story property. And this is the Nissan hut, which I was talking about earlier. So this is the view of the site from Teton Road, looking back along towards the main village. And this is further along Teton Road, looking back along. And this is a demonstration of different house types along Teton Road. So there is a number of different housing styles. Overall, it's considered sort of what's proposed before us is acceptable. There is a recommendation for an additional condition regarding sort of the levels of the ground, to making sure that the development is built in accordance with what's being proposed tonight. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Catherine. We have 3 speakers. The first one is Mr. Robert Page, who's against the application. Mr. Page, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to point out, if I may, that it would appear that what you're proposing falls outside your policy HS22. I know the lady mentioned something about that, but that's a fact nonetheless. Secondly, with regards to the footpath, we find it quite strange that you can go ahead with this when you haven't obtained third-party approval. So the concern surely on your behalf would be what happens if you don't get that? Or, you know, are you planning to go ahead and then try and get it afterwards, which seems a little bit unfair to me, to be honest. Also, the plans apparently were approved because of the school, the local school, but of course you know that the school's closed. So that goes against that. There appears to be also, you seem to be going against the Highways Agency and their concerns over Teton Lane. It's not Teton Road, it is in fact a lane. And we've got it from a very good source that the Highways Agency were very much against this due to the fact that they felt that Teton Lane wouldn't accommodate the increase in traffic, bearing in mind that the development is going to substantially double the number of houses that actually are down Teton Lane. So that's an additional concern. Also, the village shop, very popular, but causes quite a lot of congestion, particularly when the village hall is in use. The village hall does not have any car parking on site. And whilst there is some waste ground opposite the village hall, there is massive congestion. And Mr. Collier apparently informs me that he sent numerous photos to Daventry District Council to actually show the full extent of this. Also, if you are going to reduce the size of the footpath to accommodate widening the lane or maintaining the lane, this would cause accessibility problems, we believe, for anybody in a wheelchair, any elderly people with Zimmer frames or walking frames. So we're concerned from a safety angle there. Also, where I live, Judges Court, the distance across Teton Lane is barely 5 metres. So if you are going to build a footpath that goes literally outside our house, have you sought or have you seen a surveyor to see what the potential impact would be should you construct a footpath directly opposite number 1 Judges Court, Teton Lane? My neighbour's garage fronts that lane, and there would be concerns for subsidence. I'm sure you've probably covered it, but I'm not. I thought I'd raise that as well. Have you? Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to follow what I've put. Telegraph poles as well are a concern. There's a telegraph pole right outside Judges Court. There are a number down the left-hand side. So are you going to relocate those because they would be in the way of a footpath? There's
3 minutes, Chairman.
Okay, can you sum up quickly now, sir?
Well, I think I did send all the paperwork to you. All I would say, if I may, and thank you very much for giving me this time, I do appreciate it. The one final thing I would like to say is that apparently Cretan Parish Council comprise members who do not live on Teton Lane. I know that they are very pro this development, but I just wonder, you know, that if there was a split on the parish council comprising residents down Teton Lane, whether we would be having this conversation at all. So I do thank you so much. I'm sorry I've gone on, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is James Hill from the Parish Council. Mr. Hill, you have 3 minutes, sir. Mr. Hill, are you there?
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
My name is James Hill and I speak on behalf of Cretan Parish Council in support of this application. Cretan is a small village with an active community who have been consulted during the course of the application's long life on several occasions through public meetings, such as developer presentations and also through parish council meetings. Through this lengthy and thorough process, the parish council put forward its views and those of parishioners both for and against the development of housing on Teton Lane. We've been guided by the work undertaken by Cretan Village itself, which concluded in 2012 that a certain amount of housing would be welcome. 2 sites were identified by villagers during a consultation process at that time. Teton Lane was one of the 2, and in fact was the preferred site. The 2012 Village Housing Needs Survey determined that housing could accommodate young families or local residents downsizing, and that would be supported. It is for this reason that we have worked with the developer and landowner to ensure that a range of housing types and tenures are secured as part of this scheme. This approach has brought along the support of the majority of the village, and in our view answers the need from local older people looking to downsize but stay in Cretan, thereby releasing larger family homes within the village, as well as the scheme giving an opportunity for young families to move into the area. Indeed, the most recent housing needs survey that you have before you illustrates this point further. The demography of Cretan and the wider district is ageing. The 2011 census shows 23.4% reduction in the age range 0 to 15 years in Cretan, whilst in the same period, 65 plus age group increased by 32.4%. People in this age group tell us they wish to stay in Cretan in smaller homes, which are not currently available. Freeing up their larger homes would encourage younger families to move in and improve the sustainability of the settlement and services. The development is supported by our village organisations and businesses, as Parish Council recognises that local amenities will benefit from additional households, including the village shop and post office, which are community owned and operated, Ducklings Preschool, which occupies the former primary school site, as well as Poppy's Coffee Shop and Highgate House Hotel and Conference Facility. I would therefore encourage councillors to approve this application in the interests of the wider Cretan community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The third speaker is Greg Boyd, who's the applicant.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the planning consultant, sorry. So good evening all. My name is Greg Boyd. I'm the planning consultant for this scheme, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant Roseneath Estates in support of this application. The planning application is submitted in detail for 18 new homes to the south of the village of Cretan, and it's been prepared with this village context in mind. The development will deliver 7 affordable homes, as well as 11 market homes, and will provide contributions to open space and other local improvements. The application follows extensive consultation with the local community. It's supported by the Parish Council, and it's supported by local businesses, including the village's largest employer, Highgate House. It's also supported by the Council's housing strategy team, and there's no objections from any statutory consultees. The application is justified and the principle of development established by a robust local housing needs assessment, which has identified that there's a need for market and affordable homes in the village. A site availability assessment has also shown that there's no alternative sites in the village for which to meet this need. This planning application, if approved, will generate benefits for the local shop and post office, which cannot otherwise be guaranteed. This shop is an essential local service to the village, and this development will not only help by increasing the number of customers spending in that shop, but could also increase the pool of volunteers. The mix of housing that's been provided will offer opportunities for families to return to Cretan, younger people to remain, and older people to downsize. The market housing will be offered to local residents of Cretan on a first refusal basis to ensure that the homes are meeting the identified local need. There are no issues which would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of development, and I'd like to emphasise that there's no objections from any statutory consultees, including the Highways Authority, who have raised no objection around parking, vehicle movement, access or safety. And in conclusion, as set out clearly in the officer's report, this application, which is supported by evidence, as well as the Parish Council, local businesses and the local community, should be approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Right, 2 local members. Councillor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, very much, and thank you to the speakers for talking through the proposed application. We're welcome to hear the views of other members on the planning committee. I have to say that I am broadly in favour of this planning application. A couple of comments I would make: it has gone through a very considerable consultation process, and therefore, in my view, is fairly robust as a process. Yes, Teton Lane is narrow, that's for sure. And you know, one question I have is accessibility, but it does sound like Highways have not objected to that. One of my concerns probably is in regard to transport. There are councillors here that will be aware that the bus service that exists currently is a constant area of discussion and debate in terms of funding and sustainability. That concerns me a little, because it does mean that obviously we don't know what's going to happen to that in a year's time or beyond, but I guess you could argue that's true for any of our bus services. But currently there is a service that is useful. I personally welcome the housing mix, and I also think that the housing survey has been robustly carried out and therefore again demonstrates a need. It is a shame that I think this process started quite a long time ago, before the school actually closed. That's probably one of the sad things about this, that the school was lost in 2018. And I believe this process started it as long ago as 2011, 2012 originally. There's lots of research that indicates that without new housing, certainly affordable housing in villages such as Cretan, that will present problems for the lifeblood and the longevity of villages. So for that reason alone, I think it's worthy of recommendation. Not to forget, it will add to the community. There's a fantastic community shop, which I believe serves the village extremely well, and anything that can be done to ensure that continues and grows and sustains is useful. So that's probably my comments. I would say I'm broadly in favour of this application. I would welcome the views of other members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know the application is against policy R1, as the majority of the land is outside the confines of the village in an SALA, sorry, and has not come forward, I should say, as a rural exception site. I find it strange that the planning strategy team states where there is conflict between the Part 2 plan and the West North Ants joint course strategy, which there is. The Part 2 plan will be given more weight simply because it's more up to date in adoption terms. I would like to see the footpath be in place before commencement of the site, as that could be an issue with third parties without agreement. After saying all of the above, it has the support of the parish council. It has been broadcast widely since 2018, delivers affordable houses which are needed in Cretan. So I support the application, and I would ask councillors for their support also. That is a recommendation, Chair.
A proposal?
It is a proposal, Chair.
Yes, okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I will second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Do you wish to say anything else at the moment, Councillor Harris?
Not
You've got the right to if you want to.
Not at this stage, thank you.
Okay. Right, Tony, any speakers?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Robertson, Councillor Irving Swift and Councillor Ritchie.
Okay, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I've listened to this and with interest. Teaton's quite a small village, and I live in the local area, only a couple of 3 miles away from this village, and attractive that it is. The parish council speak for the entire parish, and I believe that their view holds great weight with this committee. Now, the chances, and I noted Councillor Harris's comments regarding the bus service, which are pretty well non-existent, I would think. It's pretty well non-existent in my village of West Haddon. So, but the development will only increase the chances of the decision makers in terms of public transport and in improving the service, and do nothing more than that. I believe in rural development. I think it will bring an eclectic mix to the situation, the housing mix in Teton, and on that basis, I must support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Irving Swift.
Good evening. I am the county councillor for the village, and I listen with great interest. I would like to also tell Councillor Harris that the village, even with 18 dwellings, will not have been able to sustain the school, as the school was closed due to the lack of pupil. And there was a great presentation by an officer of county who show how much more houses was needed in Cretan in order to sustain the school, because now people have the right to choose where their children goes. So beside the, I have heard whatever, and I would like to have a little thought for the people on Teton Lane. I am not against the application per se. I think we should have a condition that the footpath is being agreed and on day one. So if there is a problem, because I think it's a problem of ownership, that has been done without a footpath, I think the development should not go ahead. But two things concern me about that application. One is that they say that the children have the playground. The playground is at a mile or mile and a half on the other side of the village. It's on the way of Cutters Brook, and you need to cross the A road, 4199. So when you have a development like that, could we have, as a planning application, if a condition that the street are playable by the children? That I think if you have a lot of children in development, that will make it easier for the parents if they cannot go with their children to the playground, because the playground is truly not accessible very easily. The children cannot just cross the road and go there before they are 8 or 9, and even so. Also, I have two other points to make. One is, I think it's very odd, the £60 of payment for the bus. That sounds a bit odd. And also, when I look at the plan, I do find the houses very, very small. Some houses are 46 square meter or even less downstairs and 46 square meter upstairs. You are talking with a staircase and so on. I find for older people, it is very, very, very small. Are they really truly houses that we would like to live in? I find them too small. I would have liked maybe a bit less houses, 1 or 2, but the house a bit bigger. I know that is not up to discussion, but I would just like to draw the attention that the plans of the houses is very small. And if we could condition I don't know if the proposer will be willing to, if we could condition the footpath, which I think is what Councillor Parker said, but also see what we could do for the children being able to play, have the play street, because that you need another planning application. It can be done, but it's much more complicated than just, we need to have an agreement with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll first of all, before I go on to any other speakers there may be, find out whether it's possible to add a condition that the footpath be there beforehand, and that, or whether it crossing, do we indicate that we would prefer a crossing to the county council, or can we condition it? Planners, Catherine, would you like to answer those two?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If I just go back to the development, the presentation, I can show you there is actually an area of open space which potentially can be used for the children to actually play safely without having to go up towards the other play area. Yes, it's not proposed to be equipped, but at least it's some space for the children to play without having to cross a busy road. In regards to the footpath, there is a proposed condition to say that the footpath shall be installed prior to the first occupation of the dwelling. I'm just trying to find that condition as a So condition number 14 relates to that footpath condition, the footpath provision. So the footpath shall thereafter be fully constructed in accordance with the details so approved before any of the dwellings hereby permitted are first brought into occupation. So we've got a footpath, so to make sure that there is a footpath before any occupation of the building. So there is a condition which secures that footpath. Now, I know there's talk about sort of the size of the footpath, which is a 1.5, but given that, which has been mentioned, the size of the road, that local highway authority in this case has considered that is acceptable given the current circumstances. It's an improvement to what's already there at the moment. That's all I've got to add. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I think, but by the sound of what has been said from the councillors, one councillor wanted to know, could there be a crossing so that they could get to proper play equipment? Could that be a condition? That was a question. Yes or no? Could that be a condition? And the other one would be, what happens if the bungalow is built and then they can't get the land for the path? It means nobody can occupy it because the path hasn't been put there. So you're going to keep an empty house there. So how can you stop that from happening?
Sort of, obviously there is a condition in place now. Sort of, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm being told, that the footpath can be constructed within the highway ownership. There may have to be separate permissions between the highway authority or the developer with the neighbouring properties relating to sort of development by their land, which is sort of outside the control of planning. However, there is a condition relating, as I said, to the provision prior to the first occupation. Now, what may happen in the future, but then again, we don't know because we've got to consider this application as it is before us, is that if it's a case, they may come back to us and say we can't provide it. And if that's the case, then we would have to consider that on its own sort of merits. In regards to a crossing, if I remember, there is already a pedestrian crossing within Cretan along the main road, which people can use. So I can see if I can share my screen again and go to, we can sort of have a look at the photos to say that there is actually a pedestrian crossing there by the pub, which can go to the crossing to the other side of the road at the top of Teton Lane.
Thank you, Catherine. Tony, speakers, please. Tony, you're muted.
Sorry, Chairman, I failed that test. You've got Councillor Irving Swift who wants to come back on that particular point, I believe, and then Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Longley.
I come back to the footpath.
Hold on a minute, Councillor. Who was the speaker after Councillor Ritchie?
Councillor Longley.
Longley, right, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Irving Swift.
Sorry, I come back with the footpath because I think it is quite important, and our planner say that if it's not, we have to see what is in front of us. But I would like to ask two things, because a footpath is a footpath, and we have one of our councillor here that is for disability. Are we allowed to have a footpath that is just 1.5 meters? Because that is in breach if you cannot use it on a wheelchair or if you have a disability. I would say that is not, and especially if a lot of people want to go to smaller houses, they might need Zimmer frame or things, or even wheelchair later on in life. Old age is maybe not so kind to us, and we might need a footpath with some apparatus of things. So are we allowed to build a footpath with the highway at 1.5 meters? I think our footpath, I am not against, but if we don't get the footpath right, we will have some issue, and I don't want to have no footpath at all, because they would come back and the houses are built and we would have some trouble. So I would like some clarification. Thank you.
Well, I can help you out a little bit there, because I have a 3-wheeled electric buggy. I don't know what you call them. They zoom up and down streets, but I'm very close to using one. And after measuring it to make sure it goes in all my doors, it certainly is less than 1.5 meters. So I would think the one that one of our councillors uses will be exactly the same. Certainly it'll be wheelchair will be the same size, because my wife, who was in a wheelchair, we used it to come through the same. I beg your pardon, councillor?
I can
Confirm.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There speaks another person. So that is on the point of 1.5 metres. You can get disability machines on the path easily with that. Councillor Ritchie.
Just continuing on that point, you see, you can get wheelchairs and mobility aids for which 1.5 metres is quite sufficient. I'm interested to know, are there mobility aids that need a bigger, a broader footpath? Shall I leave that one with you? There's just a couple of other things that I wanted to ask. Firstly, I understand that the site is partly in the village confines and partly outside. How many of the houses in the plan are actually within the confines of the village? I'd also be grateful if you can tell me a little bit. I assume that where we have affordable housing, then the district council is in a position to decide who the houses are allocated to. I'd like to know a little bit more about what criteria are going to be used in ensuring that people have a local connection. And similarly, if the developer has said that they're going to offer the houses being offered commercially initially to people in the village, again, how is that going to be done? What sort of period of time are they going to be given so that we can be assured that this actually is going to be a meaningful offer? And very finally, I'm grateful to Councillor Irving Swift for pointing out the size of the houses. Looking at some of the diagrams, the thing that struck me is that while we were told that there is this delightful mix of houses at the moment in Deaton Lane, they look terribly like the houses you would expect to find on any other estate that has been built anywhere else in the district or beyond. I just felt the designs looked so unimaginative for the area. And I don't think it's as bad as being a reason for actually saying no to the proposal, but I didn't feel enthusiastic about it.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Can you quickly answer some of those questions, Catherine?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. In regards to the size of the houses, sort of as a council or as officers, we are happy because they actually do meet the national space standards. In regards to how the local connection works, there'll be a section 106 which will have a cascade of sort of criteria about who can sort of be offered the affordable, and also likewise there'll be something very similar to the market houses, so which is set out on page 36 in other matters. So sort of the section 106 agreement will ensure that the market homes on site will be marketed and sold to residents of Cretan only for a period of 6 months. So therefore then a 13-week restriction would also be placed on all subsequent sales, also to ensure these properties are offered to local people. Now I know there's a discussion about sort of where the confines are. Now, if you have a look at this sort of the site layout, this is the existing bungalow on the site, which is proposed to be demolished. This is the Nissan hut, which has got permission for a craft studio. So there's an argument that that's actually previously developed land, but the land associated around here, around the Nissan hut would be classed as open countryside. So this is where the existing house is, which will be demolished, and around here is pretty much where the Nissan hut is, give or take. So this is the remainder of the site, which is the majority within the open countryside.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Catherine.
Chairman.
Councillor Longley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I'd first start off by saying I've been persuaded by listening this evening that I most certainly will be voting for the proposal. But I make a couple of broader observations, really, not necessarily to do with this this particular proposal. But the first is that it struck me as very odd that such a modest proposal should take nearly 10 years to get to this point. That just struck me as no wonder we're not building enough houses in this country. And if you get that on such a modest scale as that, well, goodness knows what we'll do in the next proposal that's coming up, next application. The second thing I'd say, I was very struck with what James said, James Hill, the chairman of the parish council, said. And if you listen carefully to him, you could see that the village was dying. You know, it's getting older, and you know, okay, everybody wants to get older, but nothing was feeding in at the bottom. And this is, I think, a lot to do with our policy of arguing like mad about building something like this in a village when it desperately needs it. Maybe if this had been put together 10 years ago, others might have followed and the school might well still be open. It's a sort of thing, but it's a village dying on its feet. So I'm very much for this, because I think it's needed in the villages generally. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any more speakers, Tony?
None indicated, Chairman.
Right. We have a proposal that the application be approved, which has been seconded. All those in favour, please respond to Marina when she gives the roll call in a minute. Over to you, Marina.
Okay. Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Cribbin.
For.
Councillor Dabbs.
For.
Councillor Frost.
For.
Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Irving Swift.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley.
For.
Councillor Matton.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
You're muted.
My apologies. For.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Wesley.
For.
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. The application is approved. The next application, just one or two houses on this one, and it's 750, and it's in Daventry. Right, who's presenting this one? Oh, it's Rebecca, isn't it?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just share my screen with you. Thank you. This is an application relates to an urban extension to Daventry, comprising an outline application for a mixed-use development for up to 1,100 dwellings, a two-form primary school, a local centre, associated landscaping and infrastructure. The application is located on the southwestern edge of Daventry. The site is enclosed along the northeastern boundary by the A45, beyond which is the Grange residential area, and to the north by the Old Staverton Road, which is now closed to through traffic on the construction of the A45. The A361 runs along part of the southeast boundary, with agricultural fields and the Badby Park care home located beyond. Badby House is a Grade 2 listed building. The site comprises a significant proportion of policy H01 and the allocation of the Daventry local plan. The principle of the development has therefore been established through this allocation. To the northwest is the remainder of the allocation. It's under separate land ownership. Bellway Homes have submitted an application for 143 dwellings on this site. This application has not yet come before Planning Committee and no decision has been made. An environmental statement has been submitted with the application. An initial consultation exercise was carried out in September 2019. A further round of formal consultation was carried out in January this year, and then a final round in August this year. The responses are contained within the committee report. And I'll just highlight a couple of the key issues that have been raised through the consultation process. Discussions have been ongoing throughout the application process between the applicant's highway consultants and the local highway authority. The only outstanding issue is that the local highway authority have raised an objection to the at-grade crossing over the A45. The local highway authority state that the two main points are that there is a suitable alternative to the proposed at-grade crossing, namely the existing bridge, which would eliminate any conflict between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. There is no reason to introduce such a high risk on this major road, particularly at this junction. Secondly, the bridge is on the natural desire line that the pedestrian cyclists would take to go between the new development and the Grange estate and then onto the town centre. An independent stage 1 road safety audit was submitted along with the application, which identified that the footbridge is not suitable to accommodate cyclists. It also suggests that a suitable crossing place on the A45 should be provided to support the development. Given that the at-grade crossing is a requirement of policy HO1 and the conflict in advice from the local highway authority, to enable us to move forward, a peer review was undertaken. The independent advice of the transportation consultancy was sought on the at-grade crossing and the wider implications of its provision. George Bales, who provided the advice, is here tonight if there are any specific questions on this issue. George will be presenting his findings shortly. The key findings of the peer review are set out in the committee report. The report clearly demonstrates through design guidance and factual evidence that the inclusion of the at-grade crossing would not be severe, and concludes that there are no reasons why the development should be refused on transport and highway grounds. The peer review has been sent to the local highway authority, and they have advised that their views still stand on the at-grade crossing. As a result of the objection raised by the local highway authority, the applicant's legal advisors have prepared a note providing a background to their negotiations with the local highway authority. This note is also attached to the report. It should be noted that the local highway authority did not raise an objection to the at-grade crossing during the local plan examination. Given the findings of the independent review and the policy requirements of HO1 to provide the at-grade crossing connecting to Tyne Road, officers consider that the proposal is acceptable with regards to highway safety. Just moving on to affordable housing. In line with the policy requirements, the scheme will provide 25% affordable units on site. However, due to the cost of infrastructure with the first phase of development, the applicants have requested a reduction to 15% affordable units being provided for the first 300 dwellings. The remainder of the site will provide the full affordable provision, and a total of 25% affordable units will be provided over the entire site. In order to ensure the quantum of affordable is delivered, this will be secured by the 106 and will require the submission of an overall affordable housing delivery plan to secure the 25% policy requirement and also agree the 10-year mix. With regards to education, the scheme will provide a 2-form entry primary school. Just get the master plan. Which will be located adjacent to the local centre. Discussions are ongoing with the County Council in relation to the 106 and trigger points. In relation to secondary education, the County Council have requested a financial contribution to increase capacity. This would previously have been dealt with via SIL. However, changes to the regulations mean that provided a request is justified, it could be requested. Due to questions over the capacity of local secondary schools, independent advice has been sought to review population figures and advise if there are any current issues with capacity within secondary schools within Daventry. Unfortunately, this advice is not yet available. If the advice highlights that there is not sufficient capacity within the local schools to meet the needs of the development, then a contribution may be sought. Depending on the level of contribution would depend on whether it impacts on the viability of the scheme. If viability is an issue, then officers would bring the application back to committee for determination of this aspect. With regards to early years, the developer proposes to deliver a facility within a local centre which could be utilised for delivering early years provision if considered necessary. This approach is consistent with county's response to other SUE developments within the county. And then finally, just moving on to the impact on Badby House. Badby House is a Grade 2 listed building. Officers have worked with the agents, heritage and landscape consultants in order to address the initial concerns raised by our conservation officer with regards to the positioning of the residential blocks of developments and their relationship with key views from the surrounding area, particularly Badby House. The advice from the conservation officer is that the proposal will have harmful impacts upon the significance of Badby House as a result of the development within the wider landscape setting of the listed building. However, the revisions have responded positively to these concerns, and the impact of significance on the designated heritage asset has been reduced as a result. Paragraph 196 of the MPPF states that where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, seeking its optimum viable use. Our conservation officer has confirmed that the harm to significance would be less than substantial in MPPF terms. The principle of the large-scale residential development is found to be acceptable through its allocation and adopted local plan, and therefore the detailed design stage of the reserved matter applications could seek to further address the impact on the designated heritage asset. Key to minimising any impact is encouraging a meaningful programme of advanced planting at the early stage of construction, and we are proposing a condition to secure this. I'll just go through a couple of these slides here. This is on the driveway up to Badby House, and this shows the baseline position, and then the next one then shows where the housing will be. You can just slightly see the housing outlined in white. That's the baseline position. Moving further up, and you can just see the housing in the background. I then go up further, and the housing is actually, well, the views are minimised by a solitude spinney, which is a proposed new spinney in the development. Again, just moving further up, you can just slightly see glimpses of it through this landscaping. And that's just moving up further. So it's recommended that planning permission be granted for the development, subject to the imposition of conditions, and delegated powers be given to the executive director to enable the conditions to be finalised, and the 106 agreement further negotiated, completed. If I can just turn you to the note on the recommendation, and the reference to the 106 should also include possible consideration of a secondary school and also the off-site contribution towards outdoor sports. It is highlighted in the main body of the report, but it wasn't picked up in the recommendation. There's also a typo on page 76, which should read dealt, not deal. I would draw members' attention to the note attached to the end of the committee report, which was prepared by the agents and sets out their current position with the highways and provides a timeline to how they got there. I would also draw members' attention to the infrastructure delivery plan, which is an appendix to the report, but is attached separately due to its size. This document sets out the infrastructure for the SUE and who will provide this. The IDP is a requirement policy HO1 and has been agreed in consultation with Bellway Homes. And finally, I would just draw members' attention to late items. There are a few points on, there's an extra neighbour comment. There's an item on early years, the noise bund on the A45 and allotments. Thank you, Chairman. I will now pass you on to George Bales from the Transportation Consultancy, who will provide his findings on the provision of the at-grade crossing and its impacts.
Thank you. George.
Hello, Chair. Thank you very much for having me. Just going to share my screen with the presentation. So, as Rebecca introduced us, we were asked to provide an independent assessment of the at-grade crossing the A45, which the local highway authority were disputing. So we provided an assessment on that. I think in terms of the assessment, and when you have to consider the impacts, the objection from the local highway authority was one of safety. So we assessed the impact of the at-grade crossing in regards to the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 109, which identifies that development should only be presented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or if the residual cumulative impact of the road network would be severe. So with this in mind, we divided up the review into two elements. The first element was concentrating on the safety and the design of the at-grade crossing. And the second element of the review was in regards to the operational capacity of the highway network and the impact that the at-grade crossing would have on that. So we undertook a review of the at-grade crossing design, and there was no concerns with that whatsoever. The proposed crossing has been designed in accordance with the appropriate design standards and is completely policy compliant in regards to local and national policy. The local highway authority objected to the crossing, suggesting it was unsafe, but in their objection they provided no evidence to suggest why it was unsafe, which we found a little confusing. They suggested that the existing footbridge over the A45, which is in close proximity to the proposed crossing, would be a more suitable route for pedestrians and cyclists. As Rebecca alluded to in her report, an independent Stage 1 road safety audit was undertaken, which assesses the impact of the crossing point, and in its conclusions, it identified that the existing footbridge, which the local highway authority had suggested as a more suitable route for pedestrians and cyclists, is unsafe and not suitable for cyclists who are asked to dismount when aligning the existing bridge, and that it is an attractive route for pedestrians and not suitable for people with disabilities. The road safety audit also concluded that with the absence of an at-grade crossing on the A45, this would lead to an increased safety risk for pedestrians and cyclists, which was pretty conclusive. The second criteria which we assessed the at-grade crossing was having a look at the operational performance of it. So in order to undertake a thorough review of this, we used something called industry standard micro simulation software called VISM. VISM is a traffic simulation software that stipulates all modes of transport and analyses the interaction and performance of the network. When we're looking at the interaction and performance of the network, we conducted a with the crossing scenario and without the crossing scenario. And the two performance indicators that we're looking at here is average delay across the network throughout the whole AM peak hour by seconds and the average speed of traffic. So we can see that without the crossing, the delay in the AM, both the AM and PM peak hour there is a delay there, but I wouldn't suggest that it's significant. And the average speed of vehicles is what you'd expect free-flowing vehicles to circumnavigate the junction of the local highway network. Once we added the crossing in, we can see that there is an impact on the average delay. However, I think it's very, very important to note that this impact is due to obviously vehicles slowing down to allow people to cross. You can see the difference here where my mouse is highlighting in the AM peak hour, that the average seconds across the whole AM peak hour is an increase of 13 seconds per vehicle for a vehicle delay, which is not considered significant. The average speed, because of the crossing, reduces by 12 miles an hour in the AM peak. If we look at the PM peak, the impact is even less. So the average delay as a result of the crossing is increased by 5 seconds across the whole PM peak hour, and the average speed is brought down by 6 miles an hour. Important point to note here is that with the reduction of the speed, obviously because the vehicles are coming to stop while the pedestrians are crossing and the red light is on red, is that this makes for a safer crossing point. Therefore, vehicles are travelling along the junction slower, which will make for slower stopping distances and for obviously pedestrians, a safer environment for pedestrians. The increase in average delay is across the whole PM and AM peak hour periods, and therefore when you separate this out, it's not a significant increase. And we've got some videos from the modelling assessment to show you shortly. The next slide, again, examines the average queue length, which is an important parameter of how the junction is performing. So again, we undertook the task without the crossing, and then we added the crossing in. So the average queue lengths across this network period are measured in meters. So we can see these are different crossing queuing points throughout the junctions, and these will be a lot clearer when we come on to have a look at the videos in the next slide. So we can see that throughout the AM peak hour, yes, the crossing is increasing the average queue length in meters, but when this is divided up into an average vehicle, we can see that the summary of the vehicles when broken down is not very significant at all. So for Q1, So for Q1, you can see that the crossing adds 3 vehicles onto that throughout the whole hour period. Q2, it adds a further vehicle, Q3, a further vehicle, and 2 vehicles in Q4. For the PM peak hour period, we can see that the impact is a further 2 vehicles in Q1, a further 1 vehicle in Q2, no impact on Q3, and 1 vehicle in Q4. So as we have highlighted there, the grade crossing does have an impact on the operational performance of the junction, but the significance of that is negligible. And I'm just going to draw your attention to some videos from the Visim modelling package that we produced. So this is in the AM peak hour, and we've got the video I'm about to run here. You can see we can see the little vehicles coming across the network. And this just shows you the start of the AM peak hour period when there's no crossing in place. You can see that the infrastructure for the crossing has been put in, but there's no signal control on that at the moment. So we can see on the southern arm of the junction, there's a small element of queuing as it is at the moment, just due to the traffic flow along the A45 travelling southbound and northbound. I'll just let that play through for a little while. Okay, so we just come to the end of that one. And then if we have a look at the impact with the crossing. So we can see here that the impact of the crossing does cause vehicles to stop in the carriageway. However, they move on very quickly after the red light and the pedestrians cross. It does cause a very, very slight element of queuing back on the southern arm of the junction. But this disperses quickly once the gaps are evident in the traffic coming forwards. This is why the impact, obviously, from the crossing is seen in the modelling results. But you can see here that the software is demonstrating that, yes, although there is a slight queue, it moves very quickly. And you think when there's a suitable gap from the A45 traffic, the vehicles move off with ease, and there's no issues there to report. I'll just let that vehicle play through before we have a look at the PM peak period. Okay. This is the PM peak hour, so the impact of the crossing is a lot less in the PM as compared to the AM. But I'll let this video play through. So this is without the crossing, showing free flow traffic conditions on the roundabout junction. Okay, so we can just see there that the vehicle conditions at the junction are pretty free flowing and there's no issues to report. If we have a look at with the crossing scenario. We can see that obviously the vehicles are stopping to allow the pedestrians across when the red light is on. But once that's cleared, the vehicles move off fairly easily. There's no concerns there. Again, there's no queues on the southern arm. And the impact of the crossing on the operational performance of the network is negligible. I'll just let that video play through before we draw some conclusions.
George, just while that's happening, there seems to be some sort of background noise coming from you.
Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, so just to draw some conclusions from this point here and a review of our summary. So the local highway authority objected to the inclusion of the at-grade crossing. They didn't provide any evidence to support their objective. An independent road safety audit deemed that the existing footbridge, which they suggested, was not safe for cyclists or pedestrians or people with disabilities. The independent safety audit on top of this work highlighted the need for a grade crossing the A45, and they highlighted further that the lack of a crossing would be a safety risk, and that the existing bridge will require a number of significant structural improvements to make it compliant for cyclists. Our detailed modelling assessment using the VISM software revealed that the at-grade crossing does not have a detrimental impact on the operation of the local performance of the highway network, and the proposed development will generate a significant amount of walking and cycling trips, and providing a safe and controlled at-grade crossing on the A45 is crucial to support the number of anticipated walking trips and create a sustainable development. Drawing an overarching conclusion of this, the crossing is compliant with national policy and provides a safe and suitable crossing place for pedestrians, whilst not having a detrimental impact on the safety or the operation of the local highway network. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, sir. Right, well, we've got a good presentation on both sides of that application. We have one speaker, Roger Tustain, who's the agent. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to make a brief presentation tonight. My name is Roger Tustain of Nexus Planning, representing the applicant for this outline planning application. Your officer report sets out in detail the scheme for which we're seeking permission tonight. So I'd like to really take this opportunity to outline the collaborative and inclusive process we've undertaken with your officers, the Town Council and the local community since the site was originally identified in your emerging and now adopted local plan, which allocates the site as a sustainable urban extension to Daventry. Following your council's decision to identify the site in the draft local plan consultation in late 2017, the applicant's technical team commenced a process of detailed engagement with officers from the district and county council to develop a number of broad principles for the site. This involved a number of topic-based workshops to examine accessibility, landscape, open space, heritage and design. Following the council's consultation on the submission local plan in August 2018, we commenced detailed engagement with Daventry Town Council, initially through a presentation to a town council meeting in late summer. Through this engagement, it was agreed that we would establish a more regular dialogue where the town council's concerns could be incorporated and hopefully mitigated through the scheme design. To facilitate this, the parties considered it appropriate to carry out an intense 2-day master planning workshop. This took place in early 2019. The process was incredibly informative. It was attended by town council representatives, council officers and ward members. It involved a site visit walkover, followed by a series of topic-based design workshops led by the scheme architect. Through this intensive process, a master plan evolved, which incorporates all the principles that are within the outline application submitted for approval this evening. Detailed technical work on the planning application commenced, and a public consultation event on the scheme took place in March 2019. A further town council feedback presentation took place in May 2019. The planning application was submitted in September 2019, soon after the close of the local plan examination. In response to formal consultation comments, a number of changes were made to the scheme and consulted upon again. The scheme in front of you today has therefore evolved and been informed by significant officer and town council input into the design process, and in my view, represents an exemplar joint working approach as recommended by the National Planning Policy Framework. The scheme provides, in summary, 1,100 new homes, of which 25% are affordable, which equates to 275 dwellings, a new primary school, a high-quality local centre with shops, a community hall, and preschool facilities, major new public open space, significantly above the policy requirements, enhanced footway and cycle links to the town centre. The level of objection to this scheme has been incredibly low, which we consider in part to be down to the inclusive approach we have taken to this application. So just conclude, the application for which we seek approval in full is compliant with policy H01 of your adopted settlements and countryside local plan. Approval of this proposal will allow the delivery of identified affordable and market dwellings, all set within a high quality built environment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Drayton. Councillor Dabbs, you're the local member for Drayton. Over to you.
I am indeed, Chair. Thank you very much. Yes, there's lots in this application. I would have to say that there's lots, I think, in this application which are quite good in terms of a large development. I would have to say my natural inclination is not to enjoy these developments, but I do recognise it's part of the plan, and we probably will get this on our doorstep whether we want to or not. And I think the trick is to make them as good as they can be. In the main, I think this scheme is quite a good one, but I do have a number of concerns. And my biggest or major concern is that here we have what is possibly a self-contained new housing estate that will feel cut off from the rest of town. And the thing doing the cutting off is the A45. And I think if it is a barrier that we're going to end up with too many car journeys resulting from the estate, and that's going to impact the exits from the estate, because as I understand it, we have one in this roundabout with the at-grade crossing, and we have one to the north at the site as well. What we need to encourage as far as possible is pedestrian. Don't know how likely that is, because some of the distances, if you go from the back of the estate into town, would be quite a lengthy walk. Outside of that, cycling, I think, is very important to use. And that really, it's the pedestrian and the cycling access that causes me great concern. I think in terms of cycling, if it is not made more attractive, and I can see that various schemes have been put in to make it feasible and reasonably safe. I'll come on to some questions later on in terms of all the cycle exits. But I think it's not quite attractive enough for cycling, and therefore it worries me that we won't get enough cycling in and out of the estate, and there will be too much car use. If we get too much car use, that roundabout will jam up, that crossing won't work, and we'll have problems everywhere. But I'm going to go through and address all the areas that I have the concerns. The first one that nobody's actually mentioned, it's fairly clear in the document, is the speed along the A45. I think it was mentioned that the speed would be reduced to 50. Now, to me, that seems too high, especially as we come down from the north, from the Leamington Way, the A425. We have 50 miles an hour. And if you think about it, you come from the roundabout, you accelerate madly, and then there's a crossing, the light suddenly may turn red. Are people driving carefully enough that they will be able to stop safely and in time? Would strike me that a 40-mile-an-hour limit to the north of the crossing would make much more sense. It's the same as we have along Leamington Way. It would be much safer, I think, for people on the crossing. I don't see the situation is the same from the south, because you have the hazard effectively that's called the roundabout. Vehicles will have to slow down there. So I think you might be able to manage with 50 from the south, but 40 from the north. So first question really to the planning officers is that I know that the speeds have been looked at. Is there a chance that these could be looked at again, and specifically from the north to reduce it to 40 miles an hour? Looking at the other things, I've seen the modelling there that was made by the consultant. I think, unfortunately, I'm not an expert, but I actually disagree with the projections. I think with this junction will create problems. We will have problems with this. We'll have problems at the crossing. I'm sad to understand that the bridge will be irrelevant for this estate. I was a bit sad when we went on the workshops that the bridge wouldn't be very much used. So the crossing is all the more important. And I'm just thinking, if it's working as you would expect it to work in the mornings and the evenings, particularly at school times, you would expect to see good numbers, if not vast numbers, of people trying to cross the road. You've got an at-grade crossing, they've got to cross the road. Either the lights are going to be red for a long time, or there's going to be lots of queuing. I really don't think that that's a very good solution, but I'm not sure that there is another alternative solution, but I think it's one that needs to be kept an eye on, and if necessary, some change would have to be made. I think the ideal would be a proper new bridge crossing, but I know we're not going to get that. Just looking at the cycleways, we've got 3 cycleways, one to the north, and I can see that it crosses the A425 with a token crossing. That's good. But then we have Browns Road. There's no right of way. There's no access. There's no crossing as such there. We've got the new Mustang Park, so we must have HGVs hurtling in and out of that. There's no specific crossing there. At the end of Leamington Way, we do actually have a crossing. Don't know whether it's a two-can crossing, but it's certainly got traffic lights, which then crosses over into the Grange. And I think this is an example of, yes, it's a possibility in terms of a cycle track, but that strikes me as pretty inconvenient, not actually as safe as it could be. I will move on. On the centre crossing, okay, we've dealt with the crossing of the A45 now. When we have crossed into the Grange, what sort of provision will be for any traffic segregation in Staverton Road? So it's a question I'd like the planning officer to come back on. Is there any segregation in Staverton Road? I know it's generally quite quiet, but you know, I thought the plan was to have some sort of very enhanced provision for cycling in Staverton Road because it was viewed as one of the key connections for that estate. It'll be the one connection that will make it viable. And then when we've got to the end of Staverton Way, we have then a two-can crossing across Yeomanry Way, and then we have another one on Western Avenue. Again, I think these are a bit convoluted, but I suppose that's a price you have to pay for safety. But my concern is if you make all the crossings difficult and long-winded, does that put people off cycling? Is that the best that we can do? Now moving to the cycle exit that's in the south, which comes out, I think it's round about the entrance of Badby House. All those that have used the A361 from Banbury and then turn into Daventry going north on the bypass, I personally think that slip road is highly dangerous. It's not particularly visible, and then we're going to put a cycle crossing across it, again with no safety provisions or anything like that. Now, I think that junction needs to be improved greatly so that it's more visible to the motorists, but also what safety aspects can be put in for the cyclist. So again, another question for the planning officer, is the actual cycle crossing at that point safe enough? Once you've crossed the slip road, then I think it's actually quite good because you get then to the bottom of Badby Road. But then at the top of the Badby Road, as it crosses Western Avenue, you've got one horrendous junction, which is pretty unpleasant even for motorists, a staggered crossroad and no provision for crossing. That to me is quite sad because that cycle route leads directly into the town centre. And of course, you know, as I mentioned, I don't want the estate cut off because more numbers of people in the town should lead to what we are hoping is a more vibrant town centre. If we ever get this town centre vision coming off, more people coming in and wanting to come in, that's what you want to happen, but you don't want them to drive from that estate. What else have we got? Yes, so just coming back to that staggered junction, a question for the planning officers as to whether any crossing is proposed on Western Avenue at that point, which would aid the cyclists. Again, another toucan or pelican or whatever that we want to call these crossings, to help to get directly into town. Then moving on, yes, this is just pulled out of the report actually on page 143. It mentions electric vehicle charging. And I just wanted some clarification if that's possible as to what that section means. I didn't understand whether this was charging at public charging posts in public areas or whether this was the infrastructure for the whole site. I know if we're talking about the houses and whether they have charging points, that's really later in the process, but I'd be interested in some clarification on that. And my final point, I'm making notes on the secondary education provision that we were supposed to be getting a report. We're not getting a report tonight. Can we get that report when it is available? Because I'd be interested in seeing that. And that's it. That's all my points. So I think generally in favour, but don't underestimate all those concerns. I think some of those concerns are pretty major. Some can be dealt with quite easily, I think, but others, like the main crossing over the A45, is absolutely fundamental, and I think that's a problem to come if we're going to approve this tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rebecca and George, can you answer a few of those points, well, a lot of those points that have been made by that councillor, local councillor, starting off with you, Rebecca, and then the ones that are more George's theme, we'll let George come in and answer them. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Dabbs has just highlighted the importance of why the at-grade crossing is so important in order that we can get these links into the town centre. So we have both the footbridge and, more importantly, the at-grade crossing, because that will get pedestrians and cyclists over into the Grange estate and then onto through the town centre. With regards to the speed limit on the A45 and further reductions, the modelling for the transport assessment was based on 50 miles an hour, and that's been throughout the consultation process with the local highway authority, and they have not raised any concerns at this stage with regards to that. Any reduction would need to go to a speed review panel. In regards to the cycle links into the town centre, Councillor Dabbs has picked up on a number of the cycle crossings that will be improved and upgraded. So there are 4. There's the one on the Staverton Road, Yeomanry Way, and there's a new toucan crossing there to replace the barriers and replace the bollards. There's the one along Staverton Road, Western Avenue and Castle Hill. There's a new toucan over to Staverton Sports Park to enable residents to access the sports park, and also to widen the existing footpath to provide a 3-metre shared footway cycle route from the A361 into Tyne Road. So they have been discussed with the local highway authority, and they have not raised any objection to that aspect of the proposal. Moving on to the charging points, it is highlighted in the report, and there will be a condition. I think the wording is still to be finalised on that, and it's likely to be that there will be public charging points within the local centre.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. George, would you like to add anything to what has been said?
No, I think Rebecca covered those points very well, but I think it's important to realise that the crossing is absolutely crucial for the strategy of the development to create a sustainable development. Independent analysis from ourselves and from road safety auditors has highlighted the need for a crossing there, and actually the absence of an at-grade crossing would be detrimental to highway safety. I think that's pretty hard evidence from 2 independent authorities that this crossing is certainly within compliance with national design guidance, even for a 50-mile-an-hour road, and would be crucial for the development. I think it's pretty evident in that regard, and the local highway authority haven't presented any evidence to substantiate their claims. I think that's what we need to kind of address, really, to be honest.
Thank you. Tony, speakers.
Yes, Chairman, there's 5 indicated. Councillor Wesley, Councillor Irving-Swift, Councillor Chandler, Councillor Harris and Councillor Ritchie.
What was the last but one?
Harris, Councillor Harris and Councillor Ritchie.
Harris?
Yes,
Sorry.
Chairman.
It sounded like Alice, and I thought, who the hell is Alice? But right, the first one is Councillor Wesley.
Who's Alice? It was smoking, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak. I think Councillor Dabbs must have stolen my notes, because I think I agree 100% with what he said on his talk. So that saved you from a certain amount of me saying things. But yeah, I'd like it on the record that I think I agreed 100% with what he said. It's very interesting, isn't it? This site was put forward, and I was against this site, and primarily is because the bypass of Daventry cuts it off from Daventry and leaves it separated from Daventry, which is completely obvious. But then, of course, you're told, no, don't worry, mitigation. We'll put in really good infrastructure and cycle routes and walking routes, and everything is going to be fine. And of course, what we end up with is a bit of a mishmash, because of course what it needs is a bridge over the road. And I know we're not going to get it, but this is the point, isn't it? You're told you're going to get something really, really great, and what you get is something that's just barely fit for purpose. You know, I cycle a lot. I'm not going to make any bones about it. And the worst thing in the world when you're cycling is starting your bike off again, and stopping and starting all the time just stops people from going on their bikes. Particularly, it seems a long time in the wet and the cold when you're waiting for 24 lorries to go past. And, you know, I'm just really, really disappointed that we build a separate, well, call it a village or whatever, the wrong side of the bypass, and then think that people are going to cycle and walk into town with all of those barriers in the way. If you want an example of where these things go slightly wrong, it is the Leamington Way and the Mustang Park. Lovely new cycle path down there, except you cycle along it, and then you've got all the little road bumps and the giveaways to let all of the trucks through. And then all of a sudden, it just runs out with nowhere to go, and you have to get off your bike and cross over on a Pelican or Toucan crossing. I can't remember which it is. You know, and all this just mitigates against people using their bikes. I mean, as I said, the obvious point would be to put a bridge over the top, and then I could have supported this development wholeheartedly. I just think we were told, yes, it'll be sorted out, and then in actual fact, it's not really sorted out at all. And, you know, and it just goes to show that we had a whole presentation with lovely little videos of model cars going around roundabouts and everything. It's very, 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 very interesting. But of course, there was no talk about what the effect was on the pedestrians and the cyclists. It was all about queues of cars and lorries. And on that point, queues of cars and lorries, the other point is, yes, maybe the delays aren't going to be absolutely awful, but we all know what drivers are like, human nature. And if you're going to have to stop and going around the bypass, then what do? You go the other routes. We are causing problems here. We are going to push traffic through on all of the other routes through Daventry. But hey ho, we are where we are on the local plan, and I can't do anything about that. I just think it's a shame that we're not looking into the future here with future transport modes, and just not putting in the total physical structures that we need. I'm a little bit worried about the sill payments for the senior school as well. I'm not sure how that fits in with the proposed new school on Eastern Way, and whether we lose, if that goes ahead, we actually lose sill monies, or whether it might go ahead and so we lose sill monies, or whether we end up sort of just not getting our fair share because of that. I think I'm going to leave it there, because I said Councillor Dabbs pretty much summed up my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley. Councillor Irving-Swift.
Yes, I'm not sure why my hand was raised. Just a very small point is about what we will give to the NHS. And we propose a payment of £857,000. With what happened, do you think it is enough, or do you think we should review some payment? Do we need more infrastructure in terms of NHS? I just speak because, as you know, in Brixworth, we managed to have something with the NHS. Is that enough with 1,000 houses? Just to have that, I would like to hear the thought of the planner, if we could increase the NHS to make sure that we don't, with Daventry or whatever. I would like to understand. I'm not au fait with the calculation how we arrive at that number, but it sounds low.
Thank you. I'll ask Rebecca. Rebecca, can you answer that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The consultation response from NHS England actually provided that advice, and they've got a calculation to work out that figure. So that's on the basis of what that that the 800,000. We are in discussions with both medical practices within the town centre as to how best that money can be spent.
Thank you. Councillor Champer.
Thank you, Chairman. As the chairman of the review body for the local plan, I am pleased to see this application come forward, and I am supportive of it. I just wanted to make a point about the at-grade crossing versus the existing bridge. Members will know that I have a powerful electric wheelchair, and I only just managed to get over the existing bridge. If I was an elderly person trying to push my partner in an ordinary wheelchair, I would not have found it at all possible. So a level crossing, as I might call it, an at-grade crossing, I think is an essential feature that we should be supportive of. That's all I wanted to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reinforce, it's Harris with a H for any absence of any confusion. A couple of points that I'd like to make. First and foremost, in regards to the affordable housing, I think I heard correctly that initially it will be reduced to 15% until 300 dwellings have been built. I just want reassurance, I guess, that actually the 25% target will be hit. It's always slightly disappointing to hear that the affordable housing always comes later on stream. I get the argument that they need to be funded, but it seems a fairly weak argument sometimes in regards to developments of this size. The second area is, of course, related to green issues. I don't mean physical green in terms of trees and space like that. It's in regard to environmental matters. And I guess it's more of a building regulation issue, to be honest, rather than a planning one. It always seems such an opportunity when we're building or 1,100 homes are going to be built to be thinking about all of those missed opportunities potentially for greener homes. I know that the building regulations provide good standard, but there's always more that can be done. However, it's a question, I guess, in regards to the junior school and the local centres, whether there could be any conditions employed in regard to solar or air source heat pumps or anything of that nature. I'm not sure. That's a question for Rebecca, I guess, in terms of whether that could be considered if it's not been already. And that was it, really. It was just really to raise those points in regard to the green issues and to mourn that we can't do more because it doesn't apply to national standards yet. But hopefully on some of the public spaces, on public buildings, maybe we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rebecca, comment?
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of affordable housing, Councillor Harris was correct that for the first 300 dwellings, 15% will be affordable. But overall, 25% will be secured, and that will be secured via the 106. So before the first submission of the first reserve, before the submission of the first reserve matters, an overall housing delivery, affordable housing delivery plan needs to be agreed. So that will be in consultation with our affordable housing officer, and so we will get a clear understanding of the levels of affordable and where those will be provided on site, and also the tenure mix as well. In terms of environmental matters, yes, you're correct that it is covered by building regulations, but that we have also got a condition on there. So it does need to meet what was code 4. It's renewables that they will be dealt with on a phase-by-phase basis and dealt with by individual house builders who will have their own ideas for dealing with this issue. And as you say, it's likely that the building regulations are getting tighter and tighter each year, so they will become more energy efficient. But there is a condition proposed that we'll be able to get further information on a phase-by-phase basis on that.
Thank you, Rebecca. I must say, having a local developer, which is Stepmill, gives me more confidence than dealing with somebody perhaps hundreds of miles away, and that might be a national builder So I get more confidence when they own half the high street and they've got an interest in Daventry. That's on a personal point of view anyway. Councillor Harris, we go to Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say at the outset, I have always felt sympathetic to the idea of developing this particular area. I know that some have felt it's, it is cut off, whereas the northeast extension would be much more integrated with other parts of the town, which is maybe the case. It may be for me that we know what the area of the northeast extension that is planned, we know what it looks like, we know what its attractions are, and it has got many attractions. This is an area that very few people have actually seen, because if they're traveling in the E45, they're down below the level of the land, even from the the 426, the Staverton Road, you don't actually see very much of it. So I'm basically in favour of houses being built in this area, in the sense that if they've got to be built anywhere, let them be built here. But I do worry about this actual application. And like others, it comes down to, the issue of the crossing. The safest roads by far that we have in this country are motorways. They're the fastest, but they are also the safest. And part of that is because we don't have crossings on them and we don't even have roundabouts. The E45 at that point is a bypass road. At the moment, you can drive right from the roundabout down at the bottom of London Road, up to the Staverton Leamington Road roundabout. You can do that without stopping. Yeah, you've got the Badby Road that comes off it, but it is a through route. There are no obstructions for through traffic, and that's why it is a bypass. That is why you put it there in the first place. I just worry with that about putting in a crossing. And let me say, for many, many years of my career, I was a mathematical modeler. Did many projects in queuing theory. And I've got to say, I was totally unimpressed with what we heard. Quite apart from the presentation about, getting behind what the mathematics that were being used are. I thought that Councillor Wesley made a good point. But look, it was looking at it as if the only concern was what delays does it create for traffic, rather than what risks does it create for pedestrians and cyclists, and indeed for car owners and drivers themselves. I just feel it was entirely missing the point about why we need a better way of crossing this road. I think I'm very conscious of what Councillor Chandler has told us about the difficulties that go with the existing bridge. But I do feel that unless there is a bridge, we are risking accidents. You know how groups of children, if they're making their way to school in the morning and they have got to cross that road, you will have people crossing it all the time. They'll be constantly pressing the buttons. They'll even be pressing the buttons when there's nobody there because they've got over before the next queue of traffic comes along. You will have all sorts of problems. You've got it sort of round the corner from where you're putting in a new roundabout. You'll have people queuing to get then onto the roundabout. They can't get around because the crossing is in use and everything else. I just see that as being totally the wrong way to go. I think we need to think about what we do for people who are going to be using wheelchairs or mobility scooters. But I think that for most people, the answer has got to be that what we have is a new bridge. I'm not suggesting we take away the bridge that is there, but if there are reasons why people feel that it is it's not quite as safe as it might be for cyclists, I'm not sure why. I would have thought there was more danger for pedestrians if you got cyclists using it, and it is fairly narrow. But I think that you need a new bridge. You could have it with sections for, for cyclists and for pedestrians that take you straight across to get into Staverton Road, and to have all the joins that the Councillor Wesley has talked about all mapped up so that you have a straight route into the centre of the town. You will have people wanting to get to the schools. The schools are on the other side, of town. People coming into the centre, if they're coming in for work, that is the route that we hope that they will actually use. I'm slightly surprised that that the highways people have not objected to putting in another roundabout, which is not very far from the roundabout up at the, at the north end of the bypass. I would have hoped that there could have been some way of looking at that being an overpass for people, who want to get from the estate to the town and back, which is going to be the normal route, the normal journey that many of the people here make. So that is my main concern. I would just like to add to the questions that that Councillor Harris raised on houses. I mean, I've noted the section in page 126 about the code. I'd be grateful if somebody could actually tell us what that code actually means and why we don't simply go ahead and say, look, we will require developers to put in every house some form of of heating equipment that simply deals with renewable energy, whether they're going to be solar panels or heat pumps or something different. We should surely be insisting at this stage in combating climate change that we ask them that has got to happen. It may be by the time that they start building these houses, the government will actually take a lead if we don't have the balls to actually say that, look, we're going to do this ourselves. I cannot support the idea that there should be some public charging points in the local centres. Now, we're in 2020. I would be surprised if all these houses were built and occupied by 2025. The government is telling us now that by 2030, all new cars will be electric. And therefore, we can assume that in the years running up to 2030, there can be a huge changeover to electric vehicles. And we're simply going to say that you'll have electric charging points at a local centre. We should be moving for saying that every one of these houses that has got somewhere where a car can be driven off the road, can be parked at the house, that there should be a parking point, a charging point. It would be very much cheaper, I assume, to install charging points when the houses are being built, rather than waiting and then trying to do it later. I assume that it's not at this stage that we need to be concerned about the actual layout of the site, of the way that houses will actually look. Tell me if that's wrong, because otherwise there are some observations from, I think, the conservation officer that I think requires at least a response in looking at whether the density of housing in the western side is too great, and whether the houses are going to be in positions where it sort of mars some of the views. But perhaps that's something that can actually wait. On housing, on the question of affordable housing, I accept that, yes, that to begin with, you need to, at least there's a pretense that you need to build some houses so that you have the funds for affordable housing. The amount of money that these big developers are dealing with, I mean, it's peanuts for them. They say that there'll be 15% of the first 300. Can we be assured that we're going to plan about what the percentage will be of the following 300 and so on through the course, so that we don't have 15%, that's only sort of 45 houses, and then we need to wait until another 900 houses are built before we see any more affordable ones. I think there has got to be something that is set out that gives a plan, but with the schedule of when the affordable houses are going to be delivered. And my final point, a small one, but I do disagree with the town council when they say that there isn't a need for allotments. It may be that there are going to be 150 allotments up at Micklewell, but Micklewell is miles away from this place. It takes them ages. People who have allotments and want to use allotments like to have a place they can get to very, very easily. Ideally that they can walk to with their muddy boots and get on with the job. If we have any green credentials, we have got to provide space for allotments a lot closer than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, do you want to answer some of those points before we go to the next list of speakers? And I've got to start to remind you that we do need a proposal soon. We've been debating it quite a time now. So, and we've had no proposal at all. Anyway, over to you, Rebecca, to answer some of those points.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in terms of the A45, as a result of the development, the character of the A45 will completely change. It will appear, and as you drive along the A45, it will be more part of Daventry. You will see the development from the A45, so it'll be more visual. So that does change the whole driving experience of going along that main road. And it's the roundabout is a gateway into the development. It will provide that sense of arrival, that you're arriving into another part of Daventry, and then you've got the at-grade crossing adjacent to that. There was a risk that if the at-grade crossing isn't provided, pedestrians and cyclists will still find a way to cross that road. So the at-grade crossing does provide a safe access across the A45 and onto the town centre and beyond. With regard to renewables, again, this is covered by building regulations, and they are being constantly updated. So the scheme will, it's an 11-year development at least. So it will be in accordance with the most up-to-date advice on renewables. In terms of charging points for electric vehicles, we just have to refer back to our policy and whether we can insist on that for all houses. It will be provided in the local centre, and it may be that that's also covered by updated versions of the building regulations as well. In terms of the layout of the site, that will be dealt with at reserve matter stage, and the details of that. The Conservation Officer has raised some concerns previously with the views into and from Badby House. This scheme has been amended significantly. There has been a reduction in density around the parkland setting around that area, and there's also been a reduction in the building heights on that area, which are established through the parameter plans. Affordable housing, through the 106, any applicant will need to submit an affordable housing delivery plan, and that's to be agreed before the submission of the first reserve matters. So we'll get a clear understanding of where the level, where, and the tenure mix of the affordable housing, where that will go. Finally, Town Council and the allotments. This is still under in discussion with the Town Council. The scheme does currently provide a percentage for land, and it's in accordance with policy for allotments. So they could either be provided on site via formal allotments, it could be via a community orchard approach, or thirdly, it could be an off-site contribution, or a mixture of both. So that is still under negotiation, and that will be secured via the 106. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. Tony, speakers?
Councillor James, Chairman.
Councillor James, you're on.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to the discussion, and it's been very interesting, very informative, but I'd like to remind members that this is an outline application where really we're concerned more with the principal means of access to and from the site. This particular site, the sustainable urban extension, is very sustainable. and it's an ideal position. When time was when once the bypass was Western Avenue, of course, and if we hadn't have moved further outwards, you wouldn't have the Grange, you wouldn't have Stephenhill, and you wouldn't have Drayton Grange either. So, you know, this is really a natural consequence of the expansion of the town. But I'm quite satisfied with the means of access, particularly if we have a pedestrian crossing. It will probably mean that the maximum speed on the road will have to be reduced. And I noticed Councillor Dabbs mentioned 40 miles an hour, and I think I would agree with him on that, the same as it is along Leamington Way. But I'm sure that providing a crossing, in addition to the existing bridge, which may or may not be suitable for cyclists, is perfectly adequate. So I'm quite happy to propose that we approve this application.
Thank you, Councillor James. Do you have a seconder? Is there a seconder? Tony, I can't see any hands.
Councillor Chandler, Chairman.
Councillor Chandler, you wish to say a few words on seconding Chandler? Councillor Chandler?
Nothing to add, Chairman.
Okay. Right, any other speakers?
None indicated, Chairman.
Right, if there's no other speakers, we will take the vote then. We have a proposal that the application be approved as per officer's advice, which has been seconded. All those in favour, over to Marina for the roll call.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Cribbin.
For.
Councillor Dabbs.
Against.
Councillor Frost.
Abstain.
Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Irving Swift.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley.
For.
Councillor Matton.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
You're muted, Councillor Ritchie.
My apologies for the second time tonight. Against.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Wesley.
Against.
Yeah. 10 in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Marina. The application is approved. We move on to the next application, which is 037, and it's in Scaldwell. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to share my screen and share the PowerPoint presentation. So this is a site within the parish of Scaldwell off Old Road. The site is known as High Hedge Farm. It's for the change of use of the land for the siting of 5 shepherd's huts and associated works for short stay holiday accommodation. It is retrospective. So if I go through, so this is the site location plan. So it's quite set back from the main road. And it's in the village of Scaldwell is down here to the south. So again, the site location plan in which you can see the public footpaths going around close to the site. So this is the proposed layout, which you would see within the photographs as well later on. So you've got 2 main units here. You've got a barbecue unit here, area here as well for it's for the dining room or the eating area, and a further residential accommodation here for short-term lets. So the parking is here. The applicants have been in negotiation with the local highway authority, who did originally raise concerns about the proposal, but as you'll see within late representations as well as the sort of report, they have removed their objections to the proposal, provided a couple of conditions are imposed, such as the signage for warning motorists of the public right of way, and also sort of regarding the visibility displays at the front of the site towards Old Road. These are the photos of the site. There's the entrance track to the site, which then that track leads onto the main highway. So this is unit 1, which is one of the sleeping accommodations. This is the dining room unit and another sleeping room accommodation. This is the barbecue hut. This is the store. So yes, it is in the open countryside. We have got policies which support small scale tourism, which we consider that this proposal is. In addition, we have got the consideration of the impact on the wider landscape, which we consider is acceptable. You can see by the report there's been sort of concerns raised by noise and disturbance, also about highway safety. I've covered highway safety. There is consultation through the Environmental Health Department. They've raised no objections to the proposal, provided conditions are imposed, such as not playing loud music or music outside, and regarding sort of external lighting as well as odour management. Now, there is a proposed condition for noise to not be heard after 10:30 or amplified music. Members may choose something differently, but that's what's been recommended before members tonight. Now, the proposal is recommended for approval as it's considered to be a small scale tourism facility within the district to serve the district as a whole, as well as Scaldwell. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Catherine. We have 2 speakers. First speaker is June Keir, who's against the application. You have 3 minutes, madam, to start speaking.
Thank you. We moved to Scaldwell 17 years ago, ready for a quiet retirement from my stressful job as an occupational therapist in a community mental health team. We had this until last summer. Last summer, from this development, we suffered loud music, singing, football chanting, Arsenal, men shouting, girls screaming, which was concerning, plus foul language. I should be able to sit in my lounge with the door open without being subjected to this sort of language and noise. This noise often went on till 2 a.m, which meant we had to fully shut our windows in order to reduce the noise level to get some sleep. This was very uncomfortable on hot evenings. The noise was also present during the day, added to which raucous games were being played. One night at 3 a.m, my next door neighbour, a young mother, heard people in the field between us and the development and thought they were trying to get into the garden. This, of course, was frightening for her. Other families with young children have also had them woken up by the noise. Noise could also be heard by those living in the middle of the village, not just those living on the edges. This disturbance happened on many occasions. Groups of people have also been observed walking off the footpath amongst livestock. The current Airbnb listing states only 6 people can stay there currently. However, it also states the development can accommodate 18 plus people. Last summer, the listing stated 18 plus could stay, but extra tents could be supplied if required. People were also observed sleeping in their cars. I have attached a photo 1, which we've already seen, of tents erected in the field. Another villager also took a photo of the tents, but was surprised to see a naked man in the photo, and it was not thought suitable to submit this to the meeting. All of this in the middle of a pandemic. The current listing also states music must be turned off by 10 p.m. and no parties, as stated. I know for a fact that parties were held in the summer, as a young man asked me for directions to the farm as he was attending his friend's 30th birthday party. I am very concerned that once COVID restrictions are lifted, these requirements will disappear off their listing. Whilst the development is on open countryside, it is also right on the edge of our village, and I have attached a photo too, taken from my house to demonstrate how near this development actually is. I also have great concerns that if planning permission should be granted, this would also give the green light for further development on this site. This is not a suitable development for this
3
site.
minutes, Chair.
Due to the disturbance and upset it has already caused and will continue to do so if passed. Also, the 2 large jacuzzis on the site have not been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dudley Cross from the Parish Council. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Scotwell Parish Council objected to this retrospective application, citing a number of concerns relating to the development. During the extended determination period, the application has been afforded the opportunity to address the initial concerns raised by the council, and we are pleased to note that in a number of areas these have been taken on board. The introduction of a turning circle within the development and the felling of a number of trees to introduce a visibility splay at the junction of Packers Lane with the old road are improvements welcomed by the council in response to our comments. A red line boundary is now included in the application, and whilst this does illustrate the extent of the fixed accommodation, it doesn't illustrate the extent to which further tents have been pitched outside of the boundary, or the fact that guests have been offered the opportunity to sleep in parked cars on the site. The council does, however, welcome the fact that the boundary has now been defined. The fact remains, though, that whilst the proposed development is in relative close proximity to the village, it is sited upon agricultural land in an area of open countryside, and there is no compelling reason to blight the agricultural landscape with this facility. The residents of Scholwell who live with this development formed without consent for some months. During the peak summer months, residents have been subjected to large amounts of noise, both during the day, but especially at night, often well into the night. Large groups beyond the capacity of the development have been accommodated in tents and cars, as well as those occupying the huts for which the consent has been applied. Large amounts of noise and disturbance have been reported across the village from these groups. A number of complaints have been made to the Environmental Health Department, who commenced an investigation, but as the outdoor parties have reduced since the autumn, no action at this point has been taken. We note the recommendation in respect of conditioning the consent to regulate noise, but we are also aware of the practical implications of policing this, and we suspect that residents will continue to be disturbed by the lack of any control in this respect. We note the case officer has recommended approval of the application and has quoted many policy sources in so doing. The support for the development would suggest that it will maintain or improve the vitality of a rural community and local economy by performing some form of sustainable local tourism respectful of the local countryside. Policy RA6 states that only certain forms of development in open countryside will be supported, stating that development should have no significant adverse impacts on its character, beauty and tranquility. Paragraph 83C of the NPPF is quoted directly, referencing sustainable rural tourism and leisure developments which respect the character of the countryside. Towing a small number of huts onto a hard standing and providing a composting toilet does not comprise considered design respectful of the countryside. Allowing the site to be populated to capacity and beyond and allowing guests to party into the early hours is neither respectful of the countryside or the residents of the village. We would strongly request that this land is returned to an agricultural use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Right, 2 local members. We'll go to you first now, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a difficult one, this. I mean, simply because of the following. Highways have now withdrawn their objection on signage, which is now conditioned, and visibility displays. The entrance is not surfaced in bound material, and whilst this is on the drawings, there is no limit when this should occur, time limit, in the conditions. I would like to see this be in the standard 2 to 3 months. Officers perhaps can advise me on that. In terms of noise, there has been many complaints to environmental health in the summer months, as you would expect. I note environmental health on page 159 are recommending no live or amplified music played in any outside areas of the premises at any time. As the officer said, this has now been taken forward in condition 7 to 10:30 p.m, which I consider totally unacceptable and goes against policy RA68, tranquility in the countryside. This should be conditioned as environmental services requested. The nuisance should be stopped at source and not afterwards. I'm also happy to see that external lighting has also been conditioned. I would actually add one other condition, if I may, Chair. That is that there's 4 huts there for people to go in. We should condition it. It's only those huts where people can go in, no tents and no sleeping in cars or anything else. It's purely for that. That's why they're in the open countryside, and they must understand where they're coming. So with the above amendments, and if people would accept those conditions, I would go with officer's advice, but only with those conditions being amended.
Are you making the proposal?
With those conditions, Chair.
Yeah, with those conditions, right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So we've got a proposal that the application be approved, but with those conditions. And I need a seconder, please.
Chairman, before you do, I'd just like to come back to sort of one of the proposed conditions, just to make you sort of aware, in the sense of limiting sort of no tents or sort of sleeping in cars or facilities. I can understand that, but it's in the sense that that's potentially out of our control, in the sense of people sleeping in cars where sort of when they would like. Now, there is potential that we could condition it to restrict the numbers of occupation on the site. Whether that will be more appropriate then, rather than condition no tents, because it's been mentioned that the site is quite tight, therefore, and the tents themselves, which have been put up, which is not part of this application, where it was actually outside the red line. So this development is only within the red line. So we've got to concentrate what's the proposal is before us. But I just thought I wanted to mention that. And also with the noise aspect, obviously, environmental health do have their recommendations, but if members deem that actually a condition is necessary and meets all the relevant tests, then you're most welcome to sort of recommend that condition to be put on. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Parker, yeah, can you clarify what you'd like to do about the number of people on the site as opposed to the number of tents added or whatever?
I think there has to be a limit, simply because it's change of use of the land for the siting of 5 shepherd huts. It's actually 4 when you think about it. It doesn't mention anything else. So I think it's the numbers that are going in there that we need to think about, because that's what the application says. It doesn't say other things. If we can't sort of monitor that, I'd be against actually the application full stop, because it seems to be the applicant then can do what they want to do to the detriment of the Scoldwell parishioners.
We'll see if we can get some word in. Could we get any word in that would encompass people just occupying those particular shepherds bits?
If it's coming back, so if you're more concerned about the numbers rather than potentially the tents, which the numbers can, there is a condition to say about sort of its short-term let, and as a result of that, we've also got a condition relating to an up-to-date register about how to sort of monitor sort of the occupation of that site. So in the sense that if members are wanting to restrict numbers, we have got condition 5, which also relates to actually the numbers on the could relate to the numbers on the site as well as the short-term let. So we know who's been there at when and how long for and so forth.
but what stops 6 people turning up, 4 people going in the shed and 2 sleeping in the car?
Well, it depends on sort of what the numbers are. So it's on the site, so you can potentially control the site, and also we can't go out straight away, but what we can do is in sense of enforcement, we will investigate any potential breaches, and then investigate sort of the potential harm of those breaches. So, and again, we haven't got a crystal ball, and we can only go with what's before us.
Okay, I'll go back to the proposer and see if he wants to mollify it or what. Over to you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very unhappy now about it, because I don't see it as what the application says, and I was prepared, as you can hear, to actually support this with those amendments. I'm very unhappy about the numbers, because I think it's just open-ended and it's unenforceable at the end of the day, and therefore I actually withdraw my recommendation.
Okay. And you're not substituting another one?
I propose not to accept officer's advice, Chair.
Okay. Okay. You propose not to support officer's advice. Okay. So you're not proposed. Yeah.
Sorry, just to come back in the sense that I know you're concerned about the numbers, and your original proposition was relating to 4 huts, no tents and that sort of thing. As I said, potentially we can restrict the amount of people who are on the site by restricting sort of, you could say 16 people. I can only go on the site because you've got 4 accommodation blocks really, so that'd be potentially 4 in each block. So you can condition that as an additional condition, as well as, because we've got the condition 5 as mentioned previously, maybe I didn't make myself clear, which talks about the register, about sort of who goes on the site, so we'll be able to monitor the site if there are any complaints as a result of potentially more people going to the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that make a difference, Councillor Parker, or not?
I don't think so, Chair, but I am prepared to listen to what other councillors say.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Can I just jump in, Chairman?
Who's that?
I understand the difficulties.
I'm sorry, but who's speaking?
Eamon, Chairman.
Oh, that's okay, Eamon. Sorry, I didn't realise you were speaking. Eamon, you go ahead.
I know you thought I wasn't here tonight, didn't you? I think there's a few things you need to think about. Planning deals with the use of the land or the development of land, and the National Planning Framework is very clear that the expectation is that all other regimes, regulatory regimes, will work. So there are a number of issues here. First is the development of the land or the use of the land. Is it acceptable in planning terms? But you've heard the speakers talk about antisocial behaviour, and antisocial behaviour is not necessarily within the control of the planning authority. So one must make the assumption that even while you may have concerns about how it may be used, you have to address whether or not the use in planning terms is acceptable, not the behaviour of those using the land. And you must trust in other regulatory systems to enforce that, be it antisocial orders, be it environmental health regulations, etc. What you have before you is an application for the use of the land for shepherd's huts for holiday accommodation. Is that acceptable? And I know we've painted all various scenarios about what if people turn up and sleep in cars, what if tents turn up. Well, unfortunately, as a planning authority, we can't control what if. We can only deal with what's before us on the night in terms of the application. So I simply put it out there that the planning system cannot cure and cover all sorts of concerns, but there are other regimes in place that would deal with those concerns, such as antisocial behaviour, such as noise, etc., etc. So I simply just provide those words of advice, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. Tony, speakers.
Chair, could I go? I'm sorry to interrupt, but could I have a?
I beg your pardon. You're the second local member. Sorry about that, Councillor Harris. You go next.
That's okay, no problem. Thank you, Chair. I hear what Eamon is saying and completely get the angle that he's coming from, but this is retrospective, so we do have previous behaviour. So it does feel again a bit like shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. We know what has occurred in the past, and therefore there is a probability that we will see this behaviour in the future. But I completely understand the point that he's making, that arguably is not a planning issue. It seems to me that fundamentally this isn't really a holiday location, rather perhaps it's a party venue. That seems to be the experience of the local residents. And let's remind ourselves there are 35 complainants in regard to the experiences that they've received here. And Councillor Cross spoke very eloquently about the impact on tranquility. You know, Scoldwell is a very nice village. Actually, from an amenity point of view, you don't go to Scoldwell for amenity. You go there because it's a nice place to live and enjoy the countryside. There aren't any shops. There aren't any facilities per se. Everyone who lives in Scoldwell has to travel out from that particular area. There are a couple of things in the report that therefore I find a bit strange and at odds really. So it's suggesting in the report that it's not to serve Scoldwell itself. Well, surely that is a contradiction in terms of the policy around tourism. If it doesn't benefit Scoldwell in any way, okay, the nearest pub I suspect is in Old, which is walkable, but that benefits Old. It doesn't benefit Scoldwell in any shape or form. It talks about financial benefits in the report. It will provide jobs for those employed on site and bring benefits to the local community. I think that's extremely tenuous, if I might say. I can't see how there's going to be any employment here or how it's going to bring benefit per se to the local community. So I have to say on balance, I can't see anything to support this. I know it's retrospective and I know that we have to take, we shouldn't take into account that it's retrospective, but there is a pattern here of history of retrospective planning applications. And I can't see anything in favour. So at the moment, I have to say that I wouldn't be in support of going with officers' advice.
Thank you. Tony, speakers.
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Irving Swift, Councillor Dabbs, Councillor James, Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Wesley.
Yes.
Right. I think I've got them. Councillor Irving Swift.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, when we were talking, I was on another, I opened my other computer. And if you look at their Airbnb, they say, I am in need of a few nights with bonfire, good music, great friend, and 1 million stars. So they advertise for good music. So, and I am also the county councillor for Scoldwell. The thing is, it's the way they advertise. If they will be using the yacht or whatever they call it, with a group of family and respecting the environment, it will be fine. But when you look at the advertisement they do on Airbnb, they roast a pork, they have the jacuzzi, they have 2 jacuzzi and so on. They seem to have a good time. I can understand why the neighbors are really upset. You are not talking of family holiday. You are going to do partying till the morning. So I know that is not a planning reason, but it's what happened. And I have heard what our officer said, that we cannot do if, but it's not if. That is what they advertise. So what they advertise, they are not allowed to do. That maybe I said it at the planning committee, and the environment office or one officer should go and look on Airbnb what they advertise, because that is completely known with what we will have in front of us. Now, it is very difficult. We look, and I'm sure all of you might have looked, what is a reason to refuse? So it might be very difficult. If they go to appeal, we might lose. So I think, I don't know how to put it because our officer might not be comfortable. What is the most stringent condition she could apply on the site, saying that is 4 things? But if you have 16 people, where are the facility for 16 people in open countryside? With when I look at it, 2 jacuzzis, they need electricity, they need some. How do they manage to entertain 16 people, even in the middle of the winter, with not a lot of the sites? So I have a problem to see how it can work all year around with what we have in front of us in part of planning. Is that safe for the holidays? My question is, I cannot see how in terms of planning we can accept if it's not fit for purpose. I don't know. It's not camping. They don't have camping blocks. They just have compostable loo. But if you have 16 people partying all night, they need more than 2 loos. They need at least 6 loos, I think. So I don't know, how can we condition in such a way that it is a nice environment for family and restful things? Is that a possibility? I leave it to you. Otherwise, I'm not for the application.
Okay, thank you. We'll get your answer in a minute. We'll get Councillor Dabbs in and his questions, then I'll get the planning officer to come back with the answers from both of you. Councillor Dabbs.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think this case is a little sad in some respects, because here you've got the potential for what should be a quiet enjoyment of the countryside, and I'm not talking about the poor residents who have been blighted by the results of this activity so far, but I'm thinking that that this should be capable of being a quiet campsite for the campsite users to use and for the residents to use. So I think that the only way that this can be supported is if there is a no music requirement, as Councillor Parker has mentioned, and we get condition 7 to be amended to say not at any time, no music. But also I find it strange, and if I cast my mind over to my own activities as a keen caravaner, when you go to sites, and I'll use France as an example, I've travelled very widely on French campsites, they have a curfew, a silence after 10 o'clock. And usually it's very noisy up to 10 o'clock, and then very suddenly it goes quiet. And of course, bearing in mind in France, particularly in the western bits in the summer, it's very light till late. They actually comply with this, and it works. So I don't see why we can't have the no music rule, and we also have what is effectively would be a noise curfew at 10 o'clock. And I don't see then why people couldn't enjoy the quiet of the countryside on this site, and it shouldn't be used as a mini rave, and why the poor residents who have been blighted so far couldn't continue to sleep with their windows open in the summer as they've been used to. And then I would assume all parties would be happy. It concerns me that people have been not behaving properly on the site, but that sort of suggests that the site management is not particularly good, and they need a bit of an encouragement to get their people to behave better. So with those conditions in, I think I could support it, but otherwise I think I will be supporting Councillor Parker and Councillor Irving-Swift in voting against this one. So don't know whether those conditions could be imposed, and I don't see why it would be difficult to have those. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Catherine, do you want to do Councillor Irving-Swift and Councillor Dabbs' comments? Do you want to answer those?
Yes, no, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, no, pretty much, I believe they're pretty much the same questions in sort of trying to control exactly what's going on site, how it's really overall managed. Now, I'm sort of happy for especially as there's already a condition on. Now, if members are happy that if they were going to recommend approval, that there is no music directly, then sort of amplified, then that's potential. even if it's to 10 o'clock, and if members would like to see that condition. Again, I know Eamon has said that there are other protocols or other means, such as through noise legislation and antisocial behaviour, which could control potential noise issues or antisocial behaviour. The other thing is regarding sort of the overall management. I don't see sort of a reason why we can't request a condition to say details of the management, in which includes curfews on the site, should be submitted to and approved in writing to us, and development and it should be carried out in accordance with those agreed details. I don't see any reason why we can't impose that condition.
Okay.
But if members seem it deemed to make the development acceptable, then sort of there's no reason not to put a no music condition on.
Thank you, Catherine. I'll just remind you before I go to the next speakers that there is no proposition at all yet. Right, Councillor James is the next speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, of course, I'd like to see, economic development in the rural and semi-rural areas, and would normally have no compunction at all in approving this application. The thing that really needs pointing out here, the owner of this land could, of course, use it for events on 30 days per year anyway, without this planning consent. There would be nothing to stop him holding an outside party on 30 times a year without taking it any further as far as planning is concerned. But with this, the officer's advice area and this application, we are able to put in a condition, and there is one, a condition on this application regarding music stopping at 10:30 p.m. And I think it's far better to have some control than no control at all. And even if you can control music, you can't stop people shouting by means of the planning system or having a raucous laughter or whatever. So it's already really pointless, this discussion. Let's stick with officers' advice on this one and push the application through with the condition to limit any music to 10:30. And I'd be prepared to put that proposal forward, that we go with officers' advice as defined in the report.
Thank you, Councillor James. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Robertson, Chairman.
Councillor Robertson, you may speak as well now.
Nothing much further to say, except that I think Councillor Irving-Swift has put a whole new meaning to the word party pooping.
Yes, very funny. Right, so let's be clear, we've got a proposal that we accept officers' advice, which has been seconded. Right, the next speaker is Councillor Ritchie, then Councillor Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. I think the proposal is officers' advice plus a stricter restriction on music.
No, it's the exact time. It's the same time as the officers are suggesting.
Because I certainly would be quite happy to support the idea that there is no music, live or otherwise, after 10 or 10:30, if that is a better time. I think that during the day, it would be unreasonable if you have a venue like this. You're likely to have young people. Sunny afternoon, perhaps with young families, somebody is going to sit outside and they'll have a sing-song with a guitar. And I just feel it would be stupid to try to prevent that thing from happening. I don't know what the rules are that apply to the people of Scaldwell if they're having barbecues in their back garden. That might be a starting point as to thinking, what are the rules? Are we going to be much harder on this particular site and for the rest of the village? Clearly, there have got to be controls. What are the feasibility of having a noise recorder that is in a secured box on the site so that they know that they're being recorded all the time? You set the upper limits and the upper limits for during daylight hours and and during the evening. I just feel there has got to be a way of making this possible and giving sufficient protection. In terms of the number of people, I'm not worried about tents. Why should it make a great difference if you're in a sort of seedy looking shed, or if you're actually out in the open in a decent hygienic tent? I don't think that should be a worry. But is there no way in which we can sort of fix the upper limit on numbers by the water and toilet facilities that they can actually offer? I understand if you have got a number of people, then the rules that are going to dictate what toilets are going to need to be there, and that might be the way of making sure that the numbers are kept under control. And because there are the proposals that there shall be a register of who is actually there, that clearly that can be checked. I think that introduce these controls, and what we have a project that allows people to go out and enjoy the countryside. They're going to generally be young people. I would guess that they're going to be people that don't always have a huge amount of money to spend, perhaps not always, but this seems to me as a good project if run the right way. And I feel that just with a slight tweaking of these conditions, I would very happily support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Wesley.
Can I just come back, Chairman, just on a couple of points which have been raised regarding the noise and whether we can have any amplified music. It potentially would be more simple. It would be simpler with just a condition relating to the time limit, maybe even including lights out, on the site. So, such as Councillor Dabbs, if I recall, about in France, and I know that on other campsites as well within England itself, where there's a no noise condition in a quiet time after 10 o'clock, whether that's something. Also, just wanted to come back about the number of days you're allowed. It's not 30 days, it's 28 days or 14 days, depending on what the use is. Just wanted to clarify that part. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Wesley, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chair. I'm going to say,
Right,
Tim, I think I pretty much agree with what Councillor James has said. I mean, we have to remember here, don't we, that this is still a farm unit, isn't it? There's a farm shed there. I mean, farmer, whoever it is, he can have diesel engines banging away 24 hours a day. You can have squealing pigs and cockerels crowing and all sorts of things going on. So sometimes noise is going to be an issue, and people do have to get out into the countryside, and there's a bit of NIMBYism going on here. I do sympathise. If I bought a nice quiet place, or what I thought was a quiet place, I'd be a bit disappointed. But on the other hand, people of Scaldwell probably go to holiday resorts and have a few drinks late into the evening, and I think it's already been said, maybe even have barbecues in their back garden. So let's not be too harsh, and we do have the means to stop people misbehaving and abusing things. It may be protracted, it may not be perfect, but we do have those instances. But I do think it's important that we do restrict the number of people on the site, the number of people that can go in the red line. If people are outside of that red line, then there's nothing we can do about it apart from basically use environmental health or whatever means that we have. But I think the numbers should be restricted to 16. I'd like Councillor James to agree to that as well, plus the curfew time of 10 or 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No more speakers, Tony?
Chairman, yes, Councillor Irving Swift and Councillor Robertson.
Right, then I'm going to go vote then after those two speakers have spoken, okay? Right, Councillor
Yes.
Irving Swift.
Thank you. I do find some people are naive. We are not speaking of cheap family holiday here. You are speaking of Airbnb at £2,000 or £3,000 a week. So you are not speaking of cheap country holidays. What concerns me is that it's not like Councillor Wesley said, the farmer having, that is a brand new business. So it's not a change of use for Shepherd's Youth. It's a change of use for hotel. It's maybe Airbnb. Maybe they will change the rule about Airbnb. But it's not like somebody who has a little room in his house and decided to rent it. It's not. That is a brand new business in the open countryside. I beg you to look into the Airbnb site. It's called Moon Valley. It even has a name, Moon Valley Glamping. I'm sorry, but do they have, because it's more than a change of use with things, it's also a full business run affair. It's not just a little Airbnb. It is an hotel glamping in the countryside. Should we ban that? Can we, on planning rule, have another condition to say that it's not used as a business? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I'm in favour of trying to control this business, which it is, any way we can under planning conditions. And, you know, really, what are we going to do about this? It's a retrospective application, which has been, which we are advised should be approved by officers. Now, what on earth are we going to do about it if we disregard officers' advice here? The only thing we're going to do is give him an opportunity to appeal and cite the fact that it was previously advised by officers that we should go ahead. This is a bit of a silly argument, isn't it? We're having amongst ourselves here. We're going to have to prove this with as many controls as we can sensibly make.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Chairman,
right, so I was going to...
Chairman, just before you go potentially to the vote on the proposition, there was a proposition originally by Kevin Parker relating about the access, and which should be hard surface for the first sort of the 10 or 15 metres of going into the site. Now, would members be wanting that condition on any approval if it gets to the approval stage after the vote? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I've got to go back to the proposer anyway to ask him whether all he said is proposed acceptance as per officer's advice. Now, he wants the noise finishing at 10:30, same as officers are saying. But also people are asking for a limit on numbers. Is he willing to incorporate the limit on numbers on the site? And the point that has just been made by Catherine, is he willing to incorporate the first so many yards of the entrance of it to be of a particular surface? So over to you, Councillor James. You proposed it, didn't you?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, as regards the access track, I would not recommend that we ask them to formally address that. I think what we need to do here is to keep it as rural as we possibly can. It's as simple as that. So I certainly wouldn't be going down that route. The difficulty I have is with numbers. Whilst it's a sensible suggestion, I don't think it's incapable of being policed, because people will book one of these, whatever they call them, and roll up with 4 or 5 friends. And when only 2 or 3 are expected, that is bound to happen. I think that you've got a great difficulty. Noise can be policed. Numbers is much more difficult to police. So I really
So
would.
the answer.
I would stick with the officer's advice exactly as it is there, that the music goes off at 10:30 and it's only used on the accommodation for a period not exceeding 28 days in 1 year period. I would stick with the officer's advice.
Thank you, Councillor James. So you're clear what you're voting on this time. I'm going to the vote now. We've got a proposition that the application be approved as per officer's advice. No different, no additions to it. I beg your pardon?
Sorry, Chairman, Catherine hasn't answered my question about business, because it's a business and that is not addressed in the planning application.
Okay, quickly, Catherine.
It's a holiday let, and it's a business, is a business within the open countryside, which we have got policies which do support sort of rural diversification and small scale tourism developments, which obviously any sort of clamping or any campsites or anything which is built which brings people in and to spend money on there is a business, really.
Okay, so back to it. Just to remind members, you are voting for the recommendation as per officer's advice, the music to be switched off at 10:30. That's been proposed and seconded. No additions at all. Over to you, Marina, for the roll call.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Cribbin.
Against.
Councillor Dabbs.
Against.
Councillor Frost.
Against.
Councillor Harris.
Against.
Councillor Irving Swift.
Against.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley.
For.
Councillor Matton.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Ritchie, you must be
Sorry,
muted.
yeah, third time. I'm for.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Wesley.
For.
I'm voting as well.
Councillor Osborne, do you wish to vote?
I'm voting against.
Okay.
9-6.
Is that it, Marina? 9-6.
6-4, 9 against, Chair.
The application is not approved. Now we need planning reasons.
RA 68.
I beg your pardon? Councillor Parker, was that you speaking?
That was David Smith, but he was referring to RA 68.
Which
Chairman,
is? Yes.
Chairman Eamon would like to come in at this point.
Okay, Eamon.
Yeah, so thanks, Chairman, for letting me speak. I mean, it seems to me that the main concerns from members is that whilst they're supportive of tourism development in general, they have genuine concerns about conditions that would seek to control this particular development to an extent that would respect the tranquility of the countryside that's enjoyed by not only the residents of Scolwell, but by those visiting it. We have fairly recently refused an application for a wedding venue where members gave such reasons for refusing that application, i.e. on the grounds that while supportive of the change of use of those buildings, they weren't satisfied that the conditions could control it to an extent that met the tests and respected the tranquility of the countryside. So I simply put that out there, that seems to be the gist of the discussion, rather than an in principle concern against the development itself. It's about how the development is operated. So I simply leave that out there for members to consider. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. The fact that the proposal was lost doesn't mean it's automatically refused anyway, does it? We've got to have another vote for the refusal side. So I will take any other proposition now. I mean, there might be a proposition. I I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but it seemed to me the debate, a lot of people thought there should be no music at all. And perhaps if there was a proposition that it be approved, but the amplified music be taken away at all times, perhaps that might go through. I'm not trying to put that into your minds or mouths, but it seems to me that could happen. So you're either going to propose refusal and give reasons, or give me another a proposition that it be approved, but with different conditions.
Chairman, you've got 4 speakers waiting. Four members waiting to speak. Councillor Matton, Councillor Irving Swift, and Councillor Ritchie. Sorry, it was 3, not 4. I'm struggling to count.
Matton, Irving Swift, and
Ritchie.
Councillor Ritchie.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Matton, you're first.
Thank you. And you did exactly what I was proposing to do, which was to propose that we go with officer's advice, except for the fact that we wish to condition that there is no amplified music on site at all.
Oh, second.
Thank you. Who put a hand up then? Councillor Robertson. Okay, Councillor Robertson, you can second it. Do you wish to speak at the moment?
Oh, I would just like to say again, reiterate, if you like, that it's been carefully explained that, of course, this is a business. It doesn't matter what you think that it might be, but it's a business, all right. That is encouraged in the countryside, as we also know. But the controls we have over it are the controls we have over it. We have to enforce them. This is a retrospective application, and if we go against officers' advice, we're just going straight into the applicant's hands for appeal.
Thank you. Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, I think our officer, Eamon McDowell, did a very good job for another way. So if the vote is not accepted with no music amplifier, I would like to propose exactly what our officer proposed for the same reason we refuse the venue for the wedding. Because I think that is exactly the way we feel all. And I will be very happy with the term that Eamon used for the refusal as he proposed. So if the proposition that is in front of us now fail, I will put my proposition as Eamon proposed. Thank you.
Can we have a point of order, Chair? Can we have one proposal at a time?
Well, I was just about to make that point. I think Councillor Irving Swift recognises that if it fails, should this fail, that she will put another one to the committee. But it hasn't failed yet; it hasn't been put. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Chair. More or less to support Councillor Matton's proposal, but I would put it that there can be no amplified music. It could be even no amplified sound at any time on the site. No That's music, right. No sound. Yeah, but no sound. No music of any time beyond 10 o'clock, which therefore it allows somebody, as I mentioned before, with a guitar, small group, to actually do things during the day. If they're outside, they're sitting around having a meal, they can do that, but no amplified sound. And I would like to see it put in those terms.
Thank you. I think Councillor Matton means no amplified music. If somebody was strumming an ordinary guitar that wasn't amplified, that would be perfectly all right.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Chairman.
Any other speakers?
Chairman, Jamie, our legal advisor, would like to say a few words.
Jamie, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're starting to get there, to be completely honest, on the basis that when we look at conditions, of the 6 tests, I think 5 are easily met, whereas the one I would just like the committee to be considerate of is the one that it has to be reasonable in all other respects. And I'm not sure that if you had a blanket no music at all, it would be reasonable in all other respects. I'm not saying that you can't have controls, but I'm just saying that I think consideration has to be given to that, which in fairness, I think the last councillor was Councillor Ritchie was more akin to, shall we say, if I can say that. Thank you.
Yes, I think the proposition was definitely no amplified music. It doesn't mean no music. Right, with no more speakers then, we've got a proposition.
Chairman, sorry, we've got Catherine would like to come back up.
Yeah,
Catherine?
no, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to sort of reiterate sort of what Eamon sort of mentioned. He sort of, when he after the previous vote, he didn't propose or suggest reason for refusal or proposition reason for refusal. That there's potentially other ways, such as what's going before members at the moment. There's other ways which could make the development acceptable rather than unacceptable.
Thank you. That's it, Tony, for speakers.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, we have a proposal. The application be approved, and the only addition to officers' advice, well, you've got to take it away, is that there be no amplified music on site at any time. That has been seconded. All those in favour, over to you, Marina.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Cribbin.
For.
Councillor Dabbs.
For.
Councillor Frost.
Against.
Councillor Harris.
Against.
Councillor Irving Swift.
Against.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley.
For.
Councillor Matton.
For.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie.
For.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Wesley.
For.
And Councillor Osborne.
I'm voting for.
Ten in favour and 5 against, Chair.
Right, the application is approved with the addition of no amplified music. And I thought the meeting would be over by 9:15. I must have just come out of a public house. Right, the next one's in Dodford, and the application number is 449. Catherine?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just share my screen. So this is a site outside sort of the village confines of Dodford. If I bring it up on the slideshow. So what they're proposing to do is demolish the existing storage building and the construction of a replacement storage barn. The site is sort of quite close to existing footpaths and bridleways. As you can see here, it's closely related to two barns which have been converted to residential. So here's more of a closer look of the site and its surroundings. So this is the site. The existing storage shed is here, which they would like to propose a new barn, which has been reduced in size slightly. Sort of the height is now around about the 5 meters mark, and sort of it's pretty much 9 meters by 6 meters, or 7 meters in fact. And you can see the existing store, but you can see them by the photos. It's traditionally in sort of barn materials, timber structure. This is the existing temporary building. This is the view from sort of the footpath bridleway. So you can see by the drawings, which I'll come back to again, there's proposed landscaping. There are concerns that the proposed building is too large for what's being proposed. However, as officers, we consider that the size of the building is deemed acceptable. It is sort of very much akin to its rural nature, its rural character. Therefore, it's recommended for approval with sort of the conditions laid before you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There are no speakers, so I'll go to the local member, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So, committee, just like to draw your attention to the relevant planning history for the site. It's had a number of refusals of recent times from a property development company, Blenheim Realty. And we've got two outstanding matters with regard to those applications where they've gone to appeal. And they had those appeals haven't yet been heard. And so it's interesting, Mr. Sugars, who's the applicant, is also director of these property development companies. So unfortunately, Dodford can't be here tonight, but obviously they speak for the village in their in the fact that they're up against that they're against this particular application. And only when you first look at this, it seems fairly innocuous, but actually the barn that's being proposed is 3 times the size of that it currently sits. So at the moment it's around 21 square meters and this new building is 63 square meters. The height of the barn at the moment that sits there is 2.2 meters or 7'2" in old money. And the new barn is proposed to have a height of 5.25 meters, 17.5 feet. So considerably larger than that it currently sits there. I mean, the proposed building that they're wanting would be 9.215 meters. That's over 30 feet by 6.965 meters, 22.5 feet. And as I said, as I've already mentioned, 5.25 meters tall, whereas the existing building is just 4.5 meters by 4.75 meters with a height of 2.2 meters. So we've got a huge increase, as I've said, from 21 square meters to 63, and also the massing of this building. At the moment, the cubic feet of that building is 2,209. If we were to actually accept this building, it would go up to 8,934 cubic feet. So a massive building going there from something which is at the moment fairly small. So based on this, in my opinion, contrary to what the report says, it fails RA62 in the fact that it's RA62 states the replacement of existing building of the same general size, massing and bulk, predominantly on the same footprint. Well, clearly this is a much larger footprint, a much larger building. So it, without question, falls off the cliff with regard to RA62. And also RA68 comes up again in the fact that it's not appropriate for its location because of its size. So based upon that, I would actually propose to go against officers' advice and go for refusal for this application.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Who said that? Sorry.
Councillor Frost.
Councillor who? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's Councillor Frost, Chairman.
Councillor Frost, I beg your pardon. Councillor Frost, yes, would you like to speak on it?
No, just endorse what Councillor Smith said.
Okay. I must make one point because I feel strongly about it. You've got 2 houses very close to it that have been converted from barns, owned by the same person. Now, the same person owns the 3rd barn as well. So it makes me think that you had 2 barns there, or you had 3 barns. So you converted 2 of them to houses, and you were left with the 3rd barn, which you now want to convert to, which you now want to get a bigger one to put all the stuff in that you would have put in the original 2 barns that you converted to houses. Now, I don't blame the applicant for that. I blame the government with their flexible barn conversion scheme that allows that. I suppose if I was the owner of the land, I would have done the same thing because it's allowable under the scheme. But it annoys me nevertheless. Sorry, Councillor, Tony, speakers.
Chairman, there's 2 speakers waiting, but we are just coming up to 9:15, so you need to ask the committee whether they want to adjourn or carry on.
Right, members, this is the dreaded time where you want to adjourn for 5 minutes, get yourself a coffee or a comfort break, or do you want to carry on straight on? So can you indicate to Marina whether you want to continue? All those that wish to continue, can you please show in your normal way? You can show a hand, can't you? Right, put a hand in front of you, that's it.
Yeah,
right, those...
Yeah, I will be, I'm happy to continue, but I will need to leave after the crick.
Okay. Accepted.
I'm in a similar position, Chair.
Right, okay. Right, I think that's pretty clear by the number of hands that have gone up that you want to continue. Right, so...
Speakers, Chairman, you've got Councillor Ritchie and Councillor James.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie, you're on.
Just a quick question. I wonder, is there any way, I suspect there's not, but is there any way that we can put a condition on approval that it's around making it impossible for them at a later stage, or at least in the next 10 years, to convert? It's not. Okay.
Coming three, Chairman, there is a condition, number 4, to say that the development hereby approved shall be used in connection with the storage of agricultural equipment and for no other purpose. So that sort of controls sort of the overall use of the building.
So if I can come back, my understanding would be that that simply controls it for perhaps the next couple of years. If this person is planning developing a house, they're looking at a much longer time scale. Would it not be perfectly possible for them after 2 years to turn around and say, look, our business has changed in character, we don't need to store that stuff here now, we have an empty barn, we want to convert it?
That would require planning permission, and we would have to consider it if that came through. We can only consider what's before us. As I said, there is a condition relating to sort of the use of the site of the building, which sort of controls what it can be used for in the future. Now, we don't know sort of what's going to come forward. We can only decide applications as it is before us, not what may happen.
Okay. Councillor James. You're muted.
Got it. Thank you, Chairman. It seems to me this is a very straightforward application. Somebody wants to build an agricultural building to store agricultural equipment. Straightforward. Whatever happens in the future, it's not within our gift or our powers to be able to forecast that or impugn anybody's integrity. We're asked to decide this application on planning grounds. This is an agricultural building. Don't know what it's being built of. It might not be suitable for conversion to anything else. But that's what the guy has applied for, and I think we should go with officer's advice and approve it. And I'll make that a proposal.
Oh, we've already got a proposal. We've got a proposal that it be refused. So I can't take your proposal, sir. Any more speakers, Tony?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Wesley and Councillor Smith.
Councillor Wesley first, followed by Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to say much, but just want to point out, Councillor Smith put forward his words, which is, and I understand why and understand the concerns, but the truth is, the building is quite a lot bigger in percentage terms than the one that is existing, but the one that's existing is fairly small. We're not talking about a monster shed here by any means. It's something, you know, you see far far larger units out in the countryside, and I think we should just bear that in mind. I mean, the numbers thrown about sounded quite impressive, but to my mind, they weren't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Tony?
Yeah, Councillor Smith, Chairman.
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor Smith. Yes, I did have that
Councillor
down.
Parker. Does Councillor Parker want to go first, and then I can try and wind up?
Yeah, okay. Councillor Parker, followed by Councillor Smith. Then to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't think the figures are silly because they're actual. So if it's a fact, it's a fact. The RA6, and it's about policy, not what people think, is RA6, and it says on 2, the replacement of existing building of the same general size, massing and bulk, predominantly on the same footprint. It can't go on the same footprint, it's impossible. And it's against 8, which is appropriate for its scale and location. So it's not just one of those things, it's against policy. So I fail to understand why we would not take that into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Catherine, do you want to explain why the councillor feels so strongly that it's against policy and why it's recommended for approval then?
Well, obviously members are entitled to a different opinion rather than officers, hence why it's come to planning committee tonight and it's before you. Now, members can take a different approach and say actually the scale of the actual overall development is not in keeping within the rural setting, its immediate setting. Obviously officers consider the impact is acceptable, but obviously members may take a different view. No, they have overall, as I can say, is they've reduced the size, not by great, but you can see within the report on page 170 of why it is that size to house certain equipment such as a dumper, a mini tractor, as well as quad bike, as well as associated agricultural infrastructure to maintain that area of land. But obviously members may deem that building too large for its agricultural setting. As officers, we don't.
Thank you, Catherine. Right, we have a proposal. The application be refused.
Could I just, sorry, Chair, could I just
You had the right to come back as the last speaker. Sorry, Councillor Smith, that's twice I've missed you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the amount of land we're looking at here is about 6 acres. The size of building at 63 square metres is absolutely huge. I do agree with Councillor Wesley. Yes, we do see big barns out and across the country, but that's where it's servicing proper agricultural operations. But the policy is very clear for the replacement of existing buildings, that it should be the general size, massing, and on the more or less the same footprint. This is absolutely nowhere near. This is an overdevelopment. It doesn't comply with RA6.2 and it doesn't comply with RA6.8. It goes against policy, and that's what the policies are there for us to follow. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No, I haven't missed anybody this time, I hope. We have a proposal that the application be refused for the 2 given reasons, which has been seconded. All those in favour, tell Marina when she gives a roll call.
Councillor Chantler?
Against.
Councillor Cribbin?
Against.
Councillor Dabbs?
For.
Councillor Frost?
For.
Councillor Harris?
For.
Councillor Irving Swift?
For.
Councillor James?
Against.
Councillor Longley?
Against.
Councillor Matton?
For.
Councillor Parker?
For.
Councillor Ritchie?
For.
Councillor Robertson?
For. Am I? No, I beg your pardon. Against the review.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Wesley?
Against.
8.
8 in favour of refusal and 6 against.
8 in favour of, sorry, of the refusal. Is
Yes,
that what you're
Chairman.
saying? Yeah. The application is refused for the two given reasons. We move on very slowly, but we move on. The next one I think is Crick, if I've got the right piece of paper. Yeah. The application is 0733 and it's in Crick.
Thanks, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Nice to see you, Eamon.
See you, nice. This is an application, again, a retrospective application, and I need to remind members that you approach retrospective applications afresh, as it were, as if it was dealing with it on its planning merits. The fact that it's being carried out is not a material consideration in your determination of the application. The property sits in a modern estate just to the south of the Crick bypass, relatively modern estate of 135 dwellings. The roads will be adopted with the exception of private cul-de-sacs, private estate roads. And the application site sits off one such private road serving a small number of other dwellings. The site itself comprises a double garage. So this is the access to the private road. This is the application property, and that's the application building itself. So it sits off a private road. It is a double garage. And as you can see from the photograph, it's been converted, or half of it has been converted, to provide accommodation for a beauty therapy business, which obviously works on a one-by-one client basis. In our view, the proposed the alterations that the building has carried out don't impact adversely upon either the street scene, because they're not readily visible from the street scene, or from the amenity of adjoining properties. Turning to the use of the property, again, we consider that its use doesn't, given the consultation responses we've had, impact adversely on the amenity of adjoining residential properties or upon highway safety. And accordingly, we're recommending the application be approved, Chairman. Nothing further to add, but happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Alan Ross, who's against the application. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As an architect, I was trained that there is always an intended beneficiary for a design. And with the inclusion of a canopy, a sign and a signage board, the design intent of this is a shop, and the beneficiaries are the applicants, clients, and the applicant's business. Shops are suited to high street and not in the middle of residential development. And if, as the applicant states, her business is by appointment only, why does she need to make her business look like a shop? Beauty by Betty and Hair by Zoe in the village offer the same services, but have not changed their homes and impacted on the amenity or the legal protection of their neighbours. The planning officer has introduced the subject of covenants in her advice to yourself, but as you know, it's not possible to remove a covenant with a letter to the developer. It's a complex process that can take years of negotiations where all parties would have the rights to representation, and we have not been advised the legal process has begun by the applicant. And serving a Certificate B notice relates to the planning process and not the extinguishment of legal obligations. Loss or poor view or blight as a result of development is not a material planning consideration. Graveyards, pubs, good schools and parks add or detract to the personal and community value of a property, and as individuals, we make decisions based on amenity, not only finances, but our own needs, and compromise accordingly. Having a commercial, this business is commercial, remember, tattoo massage parlour next to our home would have factored into our appraisal of the amenity, and regardless of the price, we would have rejected the property because of that reduction in amenity. There's also a discrepancy in how highways view this application and another application at 1 Benjamin Bevan Way on the same development. The issue of on-pavement parking has been addressed, not in this one though. Highways have ignored the evidence supplied by myself and the parish council in their response, and it doesn't address the potential cumulative impact of development. There's also a conflict between the local neighbourhood plans authors, the parish council, and the interpretation of those by the planning officer, which would suggest either the drafting is wrong or the interpretation is wrong. There's also the wider implication in the decision sets an unreversible precedent in policy RA1 and the intention of Environment 10 that shops, that garages on other residential developments can turn themselves into shops, which would further impact on our already struggling village high streets. The planning officer proposes the use of a condition for the applicant only, but I point out the business has been running since April and the applicant has failed to seek out any statutory or legal consents without being forced to do so. The application is retrospective. Information has been missed off the application and there's no mention of the beauty hamper operation. Building control was only engaged after the report of
3 minutes, Chair.
Environmental health will involve via complaint and the applicant has breached the legal obligations to the community. Had the premises been discreet, we may not have objected, but we have to support our parish council and our local council and refuse the application on the basis of the neighbourhood plan and protect the residential amenity and legal protections of
Can you finish now, please?
Of the other 134 residents. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I was going through it.
Right, the next speaker is Jill Jameson from the PC, Parish Council.
Good evening, and again I must apologise for not being visible. I'm not quite sure why this happens. Right, Jill Jameson, Crick Parish Council. The Parish Council have objected to this planning application for the following reasons. As has been mentioned, St Margaret's View Estate is made up of 135 homes and is run by a management company. Part of the double garage of the number 53 Cowley Meadow Way has been converted into a retail premise. Half of the garage door has been removed and 2 fully glazed plate glass doors and a window have been installed with an extendable awning overhead. As can be seen from the photograph, the owner's 2 cars are parked in front of the garage and in the only 2 parking spaces allocated to the property. Any clients, therefore, will be obliged to be parking elsewhere. The transfer documents which each householder has signed contain legally binding covenants which strictly forbid the properties to be used for any other purpose other than a dwelling house and not for trade or business to be allowed to be carried on there. Nor should any structural alterations or additions be made to any buildings. There are also covenants in place referring to car parking. This business is clearly in contravention of these covenants. The planning officer cites Crick Neighbourhood Plan, Policy 7, which supports the development of small businesses as a reason to support this planning application. However, what is also stated under Policy 7 is that all such proposals will be assessed against the following: the impact on residential amenity, access, traffic and car parking arrangements, impact on the landscape and the character of the area, and design. Crick Parish Council has looked at this development and has assessed that it believes that it is a commercial development that does impact on the residential amenity of the neighbouring properties. It does have an adverse effect on car parking and is of an inappropriate design for a residential area. If other residents decide to follow this example and convert their garages to businesses selling goods and services, then the estate will cease to be a residential development and take on a commercial aspect. Furthermore, what is to prevent the owners of other properties expanding into their halves of their garages too, or this owner using the other half of their garage too and turning it into a bigger premises? We would urge you to consider both the covenants which have been put in place to deter this kind of commercial enterprise and Policy 7 of Crick Neighbourhood Plan, which likewise seeks to preserve the residential area and only supports new businesses when in an appropriate location. We would urge you therefore to reject this application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The third speaker is Rhea Heed, who's the applicant.
Hi, my name is Rhea Head. I'm the owner of Fingers Looking Good Beauty Studio.
And just to clarify, this is not a massage or tattoo parlour, as may have been suggested. I started my home business as a full-time carer for my son, who is autistic, and I found it difficult to get a job that worked around his hours. My hours are 9:30 till 2:30, Monday to Friday, 6:30 till 8 p.m, Tuesday and Thursday. I offer a variety of beauty treatments from acrylic and gel nails, manicures, pedicures, spray tanning and waxing, and all my clients are female. I'm fully qualified and insured and work alone in all of my treatments that I offer, and I have been providing these treatments from my home at 53 Cowley Meadow Way for the last 2 years. At the beginning of the lockdown in March this year, due to the current circumstances, I felt it would be better if I started to provide treatments from a more professional setting than my home. And it was for this reason that I decided to convert half my garage into a beauty studio. And it is also for this reason that I have applied to change the use of this part of my garage. All works have been carried out to the highest standard and signed off by building control. I have also had the health, food and hygiene people give me a clean bill of health. The studio is discreet and sympathetic to the surrounding housing. The majority of my clients are local and walk to me, but where a client wishes to arrive by car, I am able to provide a parking space on my existing driveway, so there is no requirement to park on the main road of St Margaret's View. With regards to the covenants, we are currently in discussions to resolve them. There are also 2 other houses on Cowley Meadow Way which actually have converted their garages. I have received several emails of support for my business, both from clients and immediate neighbours, all of which I have passed on to the planning team to be included as part of my application. Thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity to represent my small business, and if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 2 councillors. Councillor Lomax which wishes to speak, and also we've got another councillor on the planning committee, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Robertson, do you wish to speak first?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I feel as if I'm going to be a hypocrite here. I've just argued recently that whereas a retrospective application, we should not go against officers' advice. And yet this seems to be a rather similar circumstance. I also have a lot of sympathy for the young lady who has just spoken regarding this business, as I happen to live next door to a small beauty studio myself. Okay, that's pretty much irrelevant, but I'm certainly a little confused here. Now, it doesn't seem to be particularly dramatic in its effect. Although I have to say it's in a residential area. We should only support properties, businesses where businesses belong. Now, okay, perhaps the test is it less than 50% of the use of the building? Well, obviously it is, but anyway, I am rather confused on this one, and I think personally that I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Councillor Lomax.
Thank you, Chairman. I admire the applicant for setting up a business in these challenging times. And the officer's report is very positive, referring to approving the planning permission without delay, to quote the report. I was interested in what Councillor Robertson said about being next to a beauty studio, because before I moved house last year, I lived in a quite large and open cul-de-sac. My next door neighbour worked for 10 or more years from home as a beautician. Although her clients used our shared driveway or walked to the house, it was several years before I discovered that there was a beauty parlour next door to me. There was no alteration to her property and no on-street or on-property advertising. It could only be described as very discreet. the contrast with this business, this is in a small courtyard of 4 substantial upmarket houses and has a commercial shop front, shop window and advertising, all out of place. I have every sympathy with the views of the parish council and the neighbour. It may be low key, but in this location it jars. While it doesn't affect the character of the village as a whole, it does impact on its immediate surroundings. It is inappropriate and out of place, out of keeping with its setting, and it sets a wrong and worrying precedent for development elsewhere on the estate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lomax. Tony, speakers.
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Longley, Councillor Ritchie and Councillor James.
Okay, Councillor Longley.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm speaking here as much as anything as the county councillor for Crick, and I'm bound to say over the last few months I've had quite a lot of letters coming through against this proposal, against this application. I was frankly quite surprised that the officer has suggested that it be accepted, because I would have thought that it was a pretty open shut case, really. I mean, my view is that businesses of this nature should be in the high street, and particularly as with the shop front. I think Catherine alluded to that very eloquently, and I do agree with her point of view on that. The point is retrospective. I'm never happy with that anyway, but I won't dwell on that. I wish the young lady well with her business, but I just think it's an inappropriate place, and she should find an appropriate place for this building. It's if I lived in that estate, they're upmarket houses, as Catherine alluded to again, and 135, it's bound to have an impact on the estate, and if I lived close to it, I'd be very, very unhappy about that. As indeed a lot of the letters I received have said so. So I'm going to suggest, I'm going to make a proposal, Chair, and I'm going to make a proposal for refusal.
For what reason? Can you give us your reasons, Councillor Longley?
Yeah, inappropriate use of the facility.
Inappropriate use of
the house, of the facility.
Right. Is that a planning reason, Eamon?
I'll leave that for members to decide, Chairman. What I would ask
members
what I would ask members to consider is, in terms of dealing with planning applications, there is a fundamental presumption in favour of development. You have to consider that as your starting point. If you're refusing applications, you have to demonstrate what is the harm. The report sets out the consultees with environmental health, no harm identified. Highway Authority, no harm identified. So what you're left with is the physical alterations to the building and its impact on the surrounding area. And in my introduction, I would advise that this is a private cul-de-sac, so it's not readily visible from the main public amenity areas. So that leaves you with impact on the immediate amenity of those properties who adjoin the application site or who look out onto the application site, in which case you have to consider, in fundamental planning terms, there is no right to a view. So what you then need to consider is the awning causing a problem to the amenity of adjoining neighbouring properties by reason of its design, siting, etc. Are the physical alterations to the front of the garage causing problems by reason of their design, appearance, to the amenity of adjoining residential properties? So I'll put that to members, that you have government advice which allows for and encourages starting up businesses, etc. And to that extent, there is encouragement for working from home. The applicant has indicated that they've worked from home previously on the site, but they've chosen to move into the garage to carry on their business. That in itself doesn't make it unacceptable in planning terms. It's a case of judging it on its merits and deciding what is the harm caused as a result of that operation. And that's the reason why we as officers have recommended the application for approval, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've got a proposal that the application be refused. Do we have a seconder? Is there anybody indicated, Tony?
Sorry, Chairman. You've got other speakers indicated, but I can't see anybody indicating they wish to second.
Okay. So that proposal falls at the moment, Councillor Longley, I'm afraid. So Councillor Ritchie next.
Thank you, Chair. On reading the papers for this application, I did feel that this sort of thing is quite unacceptable. And I suspect I could have come to this meeting tonight and said more or less the things that Councillor Lomax has said. I haven't, like Councillor Lomax or Councillor Robertson, ever lived next door to a beautician, but leaving these details aside, I just felt that you should not be conducting a commercial retail operation from a residential property unless there are good reasons. However, passing through Crick the other day, I thought I would take a look. And I'm absolutely amazed at the fuss that is being made of this. I wonder if it's possible. There is a photograph, one of two, that shows the entrance to the cul-de-sac in which the property is based. Is it possible to move back to that?
Magic.
Yes, the bottom one. Although this is 53 Cowley Meadow Way, Cowley Meadow has got these little cul-de-sacs with perhaps 3 or 4 houses up them, and you can see. Well, you can't. Looking at the map, you can't actually, looking into it from the main road, if you can possibly call Cowley Meadow Way a main road. Looking into it, you don't see the entrance. It's not a shop front. There'd be no point in having a shop front because very few people, perhaps Mr. Ross, but I can't think of many other people that actually walk past it. Shop fronts are there to entice in customers, but there are no customers that are going to be passing there. There is a fairly modest board on the wall that signifies that people are coming to get their beauty treatments done, that they have come to the right place. It doesn't strike me that that should be offensive to anyone, given that I don't know, are there other houses that can actually see it? Perhaps there's one house directly across where, looking out, you might be able to see that, yes, there is a notice on the wall to say something. But it strikes me that this is perfectly acceptable. There must be people all over the district who are conducting work from their homes. People who do their books from their homes, who provide consultancy services, all sorts of other things, they actually work from their homes. Okay, in many cases, it doesn't mean people actually coming to their homes. But in this case, it's been put that there is only one person doing the work. We have a condition in the application that ensures that that will continue to be the case, and therefore there'll be one client at a time. The applicant has said that yes, that they'll make sure that there is parking for parking for any clients in one of the spaces in front of the garage. But even if there were not, there's no problem. There's plenty of space, 50 yards outside the cul-de-sac on the other side of the road, plenty of parking that is there. So it is not even seen by more than 3 or 4 people who happen to live in these big houses up at the end of that little cul-de-sac. I just don't see how you can make an argument that this is a sort of retail operation that is starting in the middle of Cowley Meadow Way. I think it would be diabolical if we actually took a decision that meant that somebody doing their best to bring up children and to do a job of work has started this enterprise, if we were to make that impossible for her.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I agree with everything that Councillor Ritchie has just said. I think he's hit the nail right on the head there. Here's a young woman with an autistic son who's doing what tens of thousands of people are doing, and hundreds in Daventry District alone, working from home and combining her work with bringing up a family. This is not a conversion of a garage which stands out on the street frontage. It's not offensive in any way. It's the type of business that can be carried on quite quietly. My wife went to the hairdressers yesterday. She didn't go to a shop in the high street. She went to somebody's private house who works from home in Daventry. Yes, in Daventry. It's happening everywhere, and we are being encouraged to do this. We have to get into the 21st century. People more and more are going to be working from home. The chimney sweep in Everton works from home. So that's how it is. So, you know, to try and shut this down and stop it, it goes against the grain of what's happening in the real world. The other thing is about this so-called building agreement, about a covenant. It's not a restrictive covenant, I wouldn't think, in the normal sense of the word. That is, that it runs with the land. It's probably like they've been doing since the 1920s and 30s, a building agreement. You shall not keep chickens in your garden. You shall not keep pigs in your garden. And what happens? Along comes the First World War and then the Second World War. Everybody starts keeping pigs and chickens in the garden. Once one breaks it, it's gone. That's the end of it. So I wouldn't take too much of notice of that. The thing is this: can this business be carried on in this residential area, in this conversion? And the answer to that is yes, and it can be carried out without interfering with any of the neighbours or being offensive in any way. Thank you, Chairman. I'm quite happy to approve it.
You're happy to what, sorry?
Propose that we go with officer's advice and approve it.
Okay. So you're proposing approval. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Chair.
Yeah, I saw your hand go up first, Councillor Ritchie. Obviously, you've just spoken, so that's fair enough. Other speakers, Tony?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Harris, Councillor Chandler and Councillor Matton.
Harris, Chandler
and Matton.
Okay, Councillor Harris, your turn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be as brief as I can. A rare occasion, probably, Councillor James, completely agree with the points that you made. I can't see any problem at all with this. I think this is the future. It is a pattern that we have now. I would argue that with the changes going on in society, this pattern will continue to grow. We will see more and more people working from home. I wonder if this issue would be an issue if it was somebody trading from an office conversion garage rather than a beauty therapy centre. I think what this young lady has done is actually tried to make it look extremely professional and slick, and I think that's commendable. To me, it doesn't look overly unobtrusive. I don't think it gets in anybody's way. It's the type of facility that provides services one-on-one. So it's appointment-based. You're not going to get drop-in people. So I think the issue of parking and so on is actually perfectly manageable. The notion or the comment that was made about, you know, go into the high street, get premises, not everybody can afford to do that. Not everybody has that opportunity to take rented space. And actually often that would completely destroy a business, because obviously the amount of money they spend on their rents is effectively the amount of money they earn. So I have absolutely no objection to this, and I would actually completely support voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chandler.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is a technical query. What is our position if we agree to grant permission for something which we believe might be against the covenant?
Amen. Oh, rather. Solicitor man, yes. Sorry, legal man. Jamie.
Jamie, thank you. Just to clarify that any restricted covenants on the title are not a planning matter, they're a civil matter to be dealt with separately between the applicant and any beneficiary to that restricted covenant.
Thank you. You're happy with that answer? Well, you've got to be.
If I am, it means that I won't get locked up.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Matten.
I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Chandler, but I'd also like to ask, Councillor Longley said that there were a number of letters or emails or communications he'd had objecting to this. And according to page 176, we only got one letter of objection, and I wondered if that could be explained, please.
Who would be the best person to explain that?
I can explain what happened to me, but I've got no idea what happened elsewhere.
Well, they seem to have gone to you and nobody else then, by the sound of it.
It's not true, Chair. I've had at least one letter of objection myself.
Oh, right.
Okay, sorry, I thought Councillor Longley said he had forwarded them to the officers.
Not necessarily.
I certainly did not.
Okay.
Again, Chairman, I can only advise on what's in the report, but also point you to the late representations as well, which includes further representations in support of the application. I can confirm that the application was submitted as a result of complaints having been received. Those were investigated, and the application was invited in the course of our normal discussions and negotiations. We identified a breach of planning control. The applicant submitted the application, and here we are now determining it.
Thank you very much. Right, we have a proposal that the application be approved, which has been seconded. Over to you, Marina, for the head count or roll call.
Okay. Councillor Chandler.
Or.
Councillor Cribbin.
Or.
Councillor Dabbs.
Or.
Councillor Frost.
Or.
Councillor Harris.
Or.
Councillor Irving Swift.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley.
Against.
Councillor Matten.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie.
Sorry, you keep on muting me. 4.
Councillor Robertson.
Abstain.
Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Wesley.
For.
11 in favour, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
The application is approved as per officer's advice. Next application is Hannington with an H, and it's 0746. Over to you, Catherine. I haven't got your voice, Catherine.
Sorry.
That's better.
So this is a site at Poplars Farm, Main Street, Hannington. It's for the construction of an existing or of a new agricultural building to store grain and an extension to the existing farm track. So this is sort of off Poplars Farm Close. So this building here has got permission for a Class Q for conversion. And this is the location of a new agricultural building. It did originally come in as a sort of Part 6 permitted development application, but because it's within 3 kilometres of an aerodrome, which is at Sywell, planning permission is required because of the overall height. So you it's sort of a large building, but in a sense it's a modern agricultural building in the rural setting. I'll go through sort of the photographs in a moment, but the building does measure 24 metres by 15 metres, and the height is 7.6 metres to the ridge. It's 5.5 metres to the eaves. So this is the site, and as you can see, all the blue line is what the applicant owns. They're trying to diversify or create an area in which, instead of exporting sort of the grain, they keep the grain on the site rather than rent other buildings elsewhere to store the grain. So this is the aerial image of the site. So this is the existing building here. These are other buildings. And this is the proposed location here. As you can see, it's quite well screened by vegetation, and it's got good distance away from residential neighbours. So this is the access to the farm. And this is the existing entrance to the existing building, which is an existing track. So this is the view looking back towards the village. The building will be sited behind sort of where this photograph was taken. So again, it's the view looking back to the village from the field itself. So this is taken from further into the field, so you can see the properties of within Hannington on the edge of the village here, and the proposed location is here. And again, existing class Q in the proposed building. Now, during the application process, it was asked that potentially the building was going to be sited more closely related to the existing barn. However, due to sort of the potential ridge and furrow, which you also noticed in the report, that the archaeologist has raised no comment or no objection in respect to the existing building in its location or the proposed location, but potentially could have concerns. And also potentially some drainage issues surrounding or quite close to this building here. So overall, we consider sort of the proposed building is acceptable and is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Catherine. The speaker that's down on the list is not appearing tonight because it is recommended for approval, and it was the agent. Is this Brixworth Ward, Kevin? Councillor Parker?
Chairman, no, it's Walgrave Ward.
So we don't have the local member then, right? Okay, so I need councillors to speak. Tony, anybody indicated?
Councillor Irving Swift, Chairman.
Okay.
Yes,
Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, as our officer say that the reason it is in front of us is because of the proximity of Sywell. I think I will propose that we go with officer advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Just to come back before you go, the parish council do object, but they do raise that as an issue because of the part 6.
Okay, thank you. I can see a hand waving in front of me, which is Councillor Chanter. He's right in the middle of my screen. I can't ignore him. You're seconding it, Councillor Chanter.
Yes, I'm happy to second it, Chairman. I'm always supportive of agricultural interests, as you know, because, as I've told you many times before, 1 in 4 of farmers live below the poverty line, so we should support their activities.
Wonderful, Councillor Chanter. Thank you. Any other speakers, Tony?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Cribbin.
Councillor Cribbin, you're on.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was just putting my hand up initially to second it. So Councillor Chantler usurped me to that position. But no, I'm all in favour of this particular application. I appreciate it's in close proximity to Sywell Airport, but I think it's appropriate in this setting. So I would go with officer advice.
Thank you. Any others, Tony?
I think Councillor Parker, maybe he's waving his physical hand rather than
He's probably got an arm ache. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I must find that mechanical one soon. Yes, I'm in favour of it, but I'm delighted to see conditions 3 and 4, which the office has put in, where it can't be used for anything else. So I'm very happy about that, so it doesn't get converted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The handy thing about it, though, Councillor Parker, is it's so big, it probably won't be converted to a house because it's about 10 times bigger than the average house. Again, Tony, anybody else?
None other indicated, Chairman.
Right, we have a proposal to approve as per officer's advice, which has been seconded. Over to you, Marina, for the count.
Councillor Chandler,
For.
Councillor Cribbin,
For.
Councillor Dabbs,
For.
Councillor Frost,
For.
Councillor Harris,
For.
Councillor Irving Swift,
For.
Councillor James,
For.
Councillor Longley, or has he left?
Yeah, he said he had to leave. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's left. Councillor Matton,
For.
Councillor Parker,
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
For.
I think Councillor Robertson also left, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Wesley.
For.
Unanimous, Chair.
The application is approved as per officer's advice. Right, we get down to the very last one, which is the last application, 0804, which is in Daventry.
Thanks, Chairman. Can we hear you?
Yes, we're there.
Just checking you're awake. Last but not least, this is an application at Drayton Park. As you can see, it's a conversion of an existing garage to habitable rooms and construction of a new single-storey garage extension with the installation of two roof lights to the front elevation. For those who don't know Drayton Park, it's a fairly exclusive residential development to the north of Daventry, on the shoreline of Drayton Reservoir. The development itself was developed on a sort of a plot-by-plot basis and was assisted by a design guide at the time, which basically set out plot sizes to ensure that you have fairly large plots, fairly large dwellings within those plots. Each was developed on a case-by-case basis. Each application had permitted development rights removed, and those PD rights are still removed. That afforded the council the opportunity to consider any subsequent alterations on the impact on the character of the residential area. That said, more recently, we've had a new application for a dwelling up here, again on the grounds of one of the larger properties, and alterations, proposals for extensions to other properties within Drayton Park. And that has
10%
caused local residents some concern, such that they approached the council to set out a design guidance, design statement, which has now just been adopted. That's the Drayton Park design statement, and reference is made to it in the report. That design statement really is there as guidance. It's not a prescriptive document, but it does serve to provide guidance to inform future development and is a material consideration in this application. You see, the officers have considered that as part of the proposal. Going through the proposal itself, this is the existing floor plan, and the idea is effectively to alter the garage door, this part of the dwelling, and to extend out here in this format. So the new garage extension here, this becomes effectively a gym with new doors in here. They're recessed under an existing canopy. The proposal doesn't involve the loss of any significant trees or hedges. You'll see that the tree officer has made some comments in terms of impact on trees in the adjoining property. It doesn't involve the loss of any trees on the frontage of the site or hedges on the front of the site, and still maintains adequate parking within the site. The main issue with the proposal is that it, in terms of when you assess it against the guidance, does come within 2 meters of the boundary of the adjoining property. That is the only breach of the guidance in officer's view, so that when taken in the round, in the whole, we judge the proposal doesn't impact on the unique character of Drayton Park. And whilst having regard to the design statement, we consider the proposal is acceptable on planning grounds, and accordingly recommend the application be approved, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. We have two speakers. Mr. Palmer is against the application. Over to you, sir. Mr. Palmer? Ah,
Can you hear me, Chairman? Sorry.
I can hear you now, yes.
Sorry about that. I'm also getting low on battery because we've waited a long time. I am Keith Palmer of 6 Drayton Park. I speak on behalf of my family and the Ducker family of number 3, representing the immediate neighbours. I also am a member of the administration group who guided the progress of the Drayton Park design statement. So I also speak for 23 out of the 26 properties of the signee to the proposal in favour of adoption of such a statement. Over the last 17 months, there has been both an estate-wide delegation, I said that wrong, until initial documentation and exercise, and 2 consultations of 6 weeks of consultation for 6 weeks each with the Daventry District Council. The application of the property has been informed by circular for every stage of the process. The applicant, Daventry Drayton Park residents noticed that the progressively dwellings who developed the extensions which infringed the immediate 5-metre boundary guidance and dismissed the land and diminished the landscape framework between each dwellings. The design statement was aimed at halting such erosion of this most distinct and special neighbourhood. Last Thursday, the 3rd of December, the full council unanimously voted to adopt the Drayton Park design statement as a supplement planning document. Both Councillor Chandler and Councillor James, who proposed and seconded the motion, recognised the value and the principles of the established and acknowledged the strength and support of both the residents who halt the erosion of the initial standards which create this unique character. This is the first applicant to be considered under the new supplement planning document. The planning officer acknowledged that the applicant fails into 2 distinct ways. It does not retain the distance of 5 metres distance from the existing boundary. 1.5 is greatly different from 5 metres. The officer gave the applicant to verify the application, but reduced the distance was not varied. The committee do not want to see this delusion of the design statement or reduce the boundary distancing. The applicant says no fences, trees or fencing will be removed. This is untrue. Although the planting removed is relatively small, the design statement asks that the impact to be identified and presented.
3 minutes, Chair.
Mitigation. It takes landscape consideration very seriously. So I'll cut it short. The councillors, if you adopt a policy on Thursday of last week and then give the permission that breaches it 6 days later, what is the value of any policy?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Tweedale from the Daventry Town Council.
Thank you, Chair.
You're muted. Councillor Tweedale.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Well done, members. This is the longest meeting I've attended. So, yes, so we discussed this planning application for 5 Drayton Park on 2 occasions. So I'll read the comments that we've submitted to District Council. So on the 11th of November, Daventry Town Council reviewed the application and submitted an objection as the distance between the proposed new garage and the neighbouring plot would be considerably less than the 5-metre distance set out in the Daventry Drayton Park development brief, which defines the character of Drayton. And again, of course, it came back to us on the 2nd of December. And again, we reviewed the application and the notes, noted the amendments made to the roof and single-storey garage extension. And again, we're reiterating our objection that the amendment doesn't address the concerns that have been raised in relation to the distance between the proposed new garage extension and the neighbouring plot. It's considerably less than 5 metre distance and set out within the Drayton Park development brief, which defines the character of Drayton Park. And of course, at full council last week, Daventry District Council agreed to adopt the Drayton Park development brief as guidance. So to go ahead and approve this planning application immediately goes against the reason that the council agreed to apply it in the first place. Sorry, getting a bit tongue-tied there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry you had to wait so long, but somebody has to be last.
Thank you.
Right, it's in Abbey North Ward, I believe. So Councillor James is in Abbey North. So do you want to kick off, Councillor James?
Yep, will do.
Then Councillor Ritchie follow you.
Fine, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, if this application was anywhere else in Daventry, I think I would have just come on here and I would have said, this is a very straightforward application and I would have proposed it be passed. But it isn't. It's in Drayton Park and we've all agreed as a council that this is a unique development, the character of which, its ambience, its ecology, and all of its site specifics of the entire development should be enhanced and preserved almost to the same extent, if you like, as a conservation area. It is a unique development. And, you know, I note what Mr. Palmer has said, can't disagree with that. I know what Councillor Tweedale has said and can't disagree with that. It's been considered twice by the Town Council. The plans have been revised once to try and mitigate some of it, but it still goes against this design statement, which specifies, and it is extremely important, the space between properties to the boundary, the 5 metres, because it's that spacing out which gives it the estate or development, its ambience, just like Golf Course Lane, Chapel Brampton, for example. The spacing between those very substantial houses along there, you know, it gives it that special feeling. And I think that applies here. And it's for that reason that I think that this is a matter which, you know, if we refuse it tonight, it should be tested on appeal. And I have, you know, no concerns about that happening. I cannot support this application, having stood at, or rather last week, seconded its approval of the new design statement, which the residents, 23 of them, different residents, I think, worked on over a period of 18 months to come up with something to protect that unique development in Daventry. So, you know, I'm quite happy here to propose that we refuse this application, if I can find a seconder for it.
What's the reason?
It conflicts with the Drayton Park design statement.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak now?
Yeah, I can. I'll be brief. You know, I agree that the design statement that Drayton Park now has didn't suddenly appear at the time of the last council meeting. The residents of Drayton Park have been discussing this for, you know, for the best part of a couple of years. The applicant must have known what it said, and it has arrived now. And if that is the position, then I feel that all we must do, we must respect that design statement. For people who don't know Drayton Park, many sort of talk about it in Daventry as Daventry's Millionaire Row, but certainly it is some very large houses, but some never seem to be satisfied and want their houses to be even bigger. I just think the only basis for dealing with this is not being in any sense judgmental about whether it is a good proposal or a bad proposal, but it is a proposal that does not conform with the recent design statements, and therefore the only thing that we can do is to oppose it.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. I must say that Councillor James gave an unfortunate example of Goldflame Chapel Brampton, because Goldflame Chapel Brampton has the same 5 metre in its local plan as well, and that has been we've got several of those that have been built closer than 5 metres, much to the annoyance years ago when they were first done, much to the annoyance of the local people, because again it was in their local bit. But there were several that have gone through. In fact, I think one was tested on appeal as well. So if the applicant wants to if the application is refused, they can look for a source of exactly the same ruling on a similar size housing, you know, Millionaires Row in Chapel Brampton, if you like, and had the same ruling, and there must be a dozen gone through that are less than 5 metres. Speakers, Tony.
Councillor Wesley, Chairman.
Councillor Wesley, over to you.
Chair. Chair, could officers just show members the pictures again of the house and where the 5 metre boundary is in relation to those pictures? Because I think
I'm sure they can.
So this is the again, Chairman, through you. This is the site of the extension. So the extension will effectively come from this wall and come to within 2 metres of this boundary. This is the side boundary. In terms of, so this is from the rear. That's the rear of the property. And that's the relationship with the adjoining property, which sits on a slightly lower level. But it's a blank elevation to that side. The reference to the amendments was a reduction, a change in the design from a gable-ended roof to a hip roof. So that's the situation, Chairman. I'm quite happy to come back. Well, I'll come back when you've discussed it further. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Eamon. Do you wish to say any more, Councillor Wesley?
No, Chair.
Okay. Any more speakers, Tony?
None indicated, Chairman.
Right. Well, if nobody else wishes to speak, do you want to say any more, Eamon, before I go to the vote?
Yes, I do, Chairman.
The
purpose of it, I think we're all singing from the same hymn sheet in that the council has adopted a design statement to help inform development and guide development to protect the unique character of Drayton Park. So in that sense, it is a significant material consideration. But as with each and every application, it is a guidance document. It's not a prescriptive document. What it sets out is criteria that it will help protect the unique character of the Drayton Park. Retention of landscaping, trying to maintain distances to boundaries, etc., etc. Ultimately, you have to then judge the application. Does it preserve the unique character of Drayton Park, or does it cause harm? In this case, officers have taken the view, given that there is no significant loss of landscaping, which is primarily the character of Drayton Park, not the design of the dwellings. No, there isn't that isn't lost. The only criteria that is affected is the 5 metre rule. Yes, and we acknowledge there's a breach there, but does that cause harm in terms of its impact on the unique character? We as officers say, no, it doesn't. We've had regard to the design guidance, so we're not ignoring it. But as a material consideration, it is significant. We have considered it, but ultimately considered the application on its planning merits and recommending the application for approval. If members are going against that advice, what you have to demonstrate is what harm is being caused as a result of that encroachment into this notional 5-metre corridor, which has been breached, as the speakers have said, in other plots around Drayton Park. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Still no speakers, Tony?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Matton.
Councillor Matton, then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Matton.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask through you, Chair, did Eamon just say that there are other buildings on Drayton Park that are closer than 5 metres from their border?
Eamon?
I did, Chairman. That's my recollection of the site. I mean, as I say, that is partly the reason why the residents got together to try and protect the character of Drayton Park. So there are examples. There are also examples of buildings having been built forward of the main property on those particular plots. So it does exist. You can't turn the clock back. What you have to decide is, having regard to the design statement, is the character, a unique character of Drayton Park, still protected as a result of this development, or is it harmed? And that's the issue. If members are going to say it's harmed, you have to demonstrate why harm is being caused.
That's where I'm struggling. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't actually agree with officers that it's not causing a problem, that it's not. Sorry, it's very late and I'm very tired. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning. I think it does do harm to the character of Drayton Park, and the design statement was put in place because of that fact. And therefore I'm inclined to disagree with officers, and therefore inclined to vote against this application. And then on the other hand, you say that there are other properties that are already within 5 metres, but we want to stop that. So that's where I am, which is confused. But I am actually against this application.
Thank you. No more speakers, Tony? Right.
No, Chairman.
Okay, we have a proposal that the application be refused. The reason given because it's against, oh, I forget the exact wording, against the sorry?
Conflicts with the Drayton Park design statement.
That's right. Exactly. Thank you, Councillor James, which has been seconded. Over to you for the head count of that proposition. So you're voting for refusal of it if you go for, and if you're against it, you're voting against the refusal.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Cribbin.
For.
Councillor Dabbs.
For.
Councillor Frost.
For.
Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Irving Swift.
Against.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Longley has gone. Councillor Matton.
For.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie.
For.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Wesley.
Against.
Nine in favour of refusal, 3 against.
The application is refused for the given reason. It'll be interesting to see how it goes on appeal, members. Anyway, it's the Christmas planning committee meeting. There's no more before Christmas, is there, Tony?
No, Chairman.
Thank you, Tony. Good news. Bye.
Yeah, you should get mince pies and wine. So I'm sorry it's been